Greetings, greetings, greetings. Hello, hello, hello. Please hit them likes and shares. Let's get this live going. Let's see how many we can get in this room tonight. Don't know how long I'm going to go on for. I'm going to go with the flow of the universe. It's great to see everybody here. Still trying to get ready. Great to see everybody here. Still trying to get ready. Because honestly, I think I'm like gaining muscle mass or something. I don't know, but whatever. Welcome. We're gonna be talking about a lot of things today, and I'm gonna share an experience sooner or later tonight. It's a very interesting experience I had. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, it was very funny. The whole thing was hilarious. And I did. Yeah, it was very funny. The whole thing was hilarious. And I did get marked. I have many marks because of it. But I think it wasn't just like anything it wasn't negative. I think they did it because I think they came down here to tell me some things and show me some things, and they did. And I think they wanted to heal me too in some certain parts of my body. And that's kind of what they did. And, I'm very honored that they did that for me. So if anybody wants to come up and discuss anything, feel free to come up. I do paranormal, extraterrestrial, and spiritual stories. If you want to share one, feel free to come up and tell it. If you want a starseed reading, a past life reading, I can do them. I can also interpret dreams and visions. If you want any insight on them, I can do that too. But yes, and I was taken last night. Well, taken whenever. I went up last night, and I had a really interesting experience. And I think that I needed that for that to happen because, the way I've been lately, I think that helped. Oh, a past life reading. Let me see, Red. Let me see. Where do I got? What comes up first? You are a Tigrin. Yes, I was with an elf. How did you know, Cliff? How did you know that? I was with a bunch of them, actually. You were, in your past, one of your past lives, you were a Tigrin hunter, and you were in a battle, and you healed people. And you were in a battle, and you healed people. And you were in a battle, and you healed people. And you used to crush herbs and put them on. You want to work like Pangea. But instead of it, you weren't like a blue being. You were more like a kind of like a Bengal tiger. But you had like a kind of like a Bengal tiger. But you had light on there. You were very. You had a long tail. You had red light on there. You were very. You had a long tail. You were very curious. You were funny. You have, I'll get to you in a minute, long tail. You are very curious. You are funny. You have, I'll get to you in a minute, Cliff. But thank you. I'm helping Red. So I don't know if that resonates with you, but that's what I got, Red One. A Red Tigrin. You're a huntress and you're a healer, and you're in a war along with other tiger beings, and it was over tribal property, and you saved your tribe. I don't know if that resonates with you. Does it? Yeah, you were a healer. Yeah, you were very agile. You were a healer. Yeah, you were very agile. You were very cute Catwoman. You were probably like in your like 25. You used to battle and you used a staff. Does that help you in any way? And I think what they're trying to tell me is why they told me that one today. You in any way? And I think what they're trying to tell me is why they told me that one today is because they don't want you to be one of those people that, you know, give up the battle. Is because they don't want you to be one of those people that, you know, give up the battle. Even though you have to have battle wounds, you need to heal from them. That's kind of what they're telling me about that reading. That that's what it is. That's why they wanted me to tell you that you're a warrior, but you also got to take time to heal yourself and heal others. And you're a very protective person, and they want you to show the love that's within inside of you, that motherly love. I hope that resonates with you. Now, Cliff, what is your question? And I will share my experiences a little bit later. I want to have more people come in here. It was very, very funny. This is very different from the ones that I normally have too. I kind of liked it. And I think it was very much needed for that kind of a visitation. It actually helped me. Visitation. It actually helped me. But Cliff, what is your question? Hello, Cliff. Are you there? Cliff, buddy. Are you around? Oh, okay. My friend saw an orb that came down into. Are you around? Oh, okay. My friend saw an orb that came down into. Are you around? Oh, okay. My friend saw an orb that came down and turned into a TikTok shape and disappeared. Well, that's that would be interesting. Um, is that the question? Is that the question? Okay, I'll get to you right after I help Cliff Maya. Him and a dog saw it. Um, it it's saying that you gotta be that. I don't know. This is what I'm getting here. It's saying that he's got to have harmony within his life. He has to have a balance and a harmony, and it's being shown to him so he can come into more of an awakening state, so he can understand what life means to him. It's not just of the world. It's he has to, show the balance that he has. Not be living in the world, be of the world, and it's showing it a musical note, and that's kind of what I'm getting. It's like a musical note. It's showing harmony, melody, and go with the flow of the universe, and he has to be in harmony, just harmony universe, and he has to be in harmony, just harmony. That's what I'm getting. A lot of harmony. Be in sequence, be in harmony. Um, harmony. That's what I'm getting. A lot of harmony. Be in sequence, be in harmony. Um, because there's light within that. Does that help, Cliff? Yeah, did that help you, what I said? That he has to be in harmony and the universe is telling him to be in harmony and have that balance. That he has to be in harmony and the universe is telling him to be in harmony and have that balance. Share needs to be, you know, like the animal, like his dog, peaceful, go along. He needs to be, you know, like the animal, like his dog, peaceful, go along. He needs to be, you know, like the animal, like his dog, peaceful, go along. He needs to be, you know, like the animal, like his dog, peaceful, go along with the flow of life. And yeah, yeah, they normally do that kind of stuff. They bark and stuff, but it's a sign, and go along with the flow of life. And yeah, yeah, they normally do that kind of stuff. They bark and stuff like that. It's a sign, and it's telling him to be in harmony. That they're always there for him, and when he needs that light, they'll be there. That's and the reason why a dog would bark at it would because, yeah, even though it's not a sign, he doesn't believe in what I do. I get that, but people still see those signs, And this sign right here, from what I'm seeing, isn't just any normal spiritual one. It's something from the divine, where it's coming from the angelic realm. If you want to tell them that, it's coming from the angelic realm, and it's telling them to be in peace and harmony. That's what it's telling them. I mean, I can't. That's where it's coming from. It's not coming from anybody but that angelic, divinity area. It's coming from like the angel. Yeah, it's coming from their area. It's coming from like the angel. Yeah, it's coming from there. They just want him to be in harmony and peace and to be with the flow. Be in harmony and peace and to be with the flow. Does that help you? Maybe you can translate it and help him understand what it means. Okay, that's a sign from an angel, a guardian angel. That's what I'm seeing like, and it actually feels like a Gabriel. It feels like a Gabriel energy. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take time for people to understand what they're seeing. It's understandable. You know, when I first seen things, I didn't think I was seeing what I was seeing. Even today, even after all I see things, and I'm like, am I seeing this? Like last night. But yeah, it's a message from God, an angel, telling him to be in balance and be more in harmony with the universe and what's around him. Maya, what was yours? You had what kind of a dream, Maya? I dreamed I was in the middle of a war. I was very confused. You want to tell me about that war? Come on up here and tell me about this war. Hello, Brenda. I am doing readings today for $25. So if anybody wants to do that, donate to the Cash App and I'll do a card reading for you. And who knows what kind of cards will fall, and it'll be an interesting one. And if you're interested in that, just hit the donate to the Cash App here. Hi and welcome. Now, Maya, you had a war.
I was in the middle of a war. Now, I wasn't participating in it, but I was very confused. It was everywhere.
Where was the war?
Well, it seemed like it was in the U.S.
No problem, Cliff. Because I'm gonna, if you want, maybe about 9:30. I'm going to talk about what happened to me last night and my experience with the elves. It'll be quite interesting. Um, Now back to Maya. Sorry. Um, you were in the middle of a war,
Yeah, but
and who was fighting?
everybody around me was fighting. But I
Were they
wasn't.
humans?
Yeah,
Okay. What were they doing? You want to? Can you tell me in detail, or just give me a brief? Do you remember anything else, or
The only thing I
just a war?
remember, the only thing I remember is it seemed more like a hand-to-hand war.
Uh huh.
But
And
like
it
I
was
said,
just regular.
I wasn't in it. I was just watching.
Okay. Okay. And there was humans fighting humans.
It's what it seemed like.
Honestly, I'm getting this from the universe. It's telling me that you yourself, you're in a struggle. You're in a struggle with watching two sides go at it, and you don't know which side to pick. And this is what I'm being told, that your your spiritual side and the human side are fighting each other, and you're trying to interpret what that means, and you're in the middle of it, very confused, because you don't know what side to believe, if if this is all there is, or is there more to it. That's what I'm feeling and getting from that dream, that your subconscious is telling you that even though you're a spectator, that you're that one person that can change the outcome.
Right.
And the two people in the people fighting is, you don't have to pick sides. Be that neutral person you are, and explain to them what they need to do. And that's what I got.
Well,
Wow.
it
Okay.
makes sense because right now we've got a major thing. They're doing Carl's memorial weekend after next, and my other brother is
Right.
having a fit. He's not happy that they waited that long. He's not happy that they didn't put a notice out until just yesterday. He feels like
Do you have an inner struggle with inside of yourself?
with that,
Do you feel like you're
the
struggling within yourself, maybe?
I am because I support everything she's doing, his wife, and
Right.
I can't
Right.
I can't get them to understand that she hasn't done anything wrong. So that bothers me quite a
That's
bit.
why, yeah. Yeah, and that's why you had the dream. You have that struggle without and within. You've seen your family struggle, so that's pulling you from one way to another, and you're in the middle and you're watching this confused. Like, how do you handle the situation? You can. Hello, Fly Power. Thank you for coming. I'll see you later. Um, and it seems like that you stand in who you are, and stay in neutrality, because you don't want to be pulled from one side to another. Just show them, yeah. Thank you. 9:30. See you then. And I think that you need to stay in that neutrality. That you don't need to pick sides. Just be who you are, because they will see that the fighting is pointless. Because at the end of the day, working together is what the common goal is. And when they see the
Right,
light that's within inside of you, and your understanding, they might come around to understand you.
right. Well, that makes sense.
I'm glad I could help. Do you have any other questions, or would you want me to elaborate more on it? Or
No, that's really all I had. I was just confused by it. But now it makes
yeah,
sense.
usually when you have your dreams, a lot of times you have dreams. Sometimes it takes you to another place. Sometimes it's telling your subconscious is talking to your unconscious is talking to your subconscious, and it wants you to, adjust something that's within inside of yourself. That's kind of what some dreams are. It's kind of like your body's telling you, your mind's telling you, your spirit's telling you that this is what you need to do to adjust yourself to where you need to be.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. But then I did have something. Have you seen Brim much lately?
Um, no, not really. I see him every once in a while.
The reason I
Uh,
said that is because he has a woman now.
uh, yeah.
She's kind of a gold with green.
She's what?
She's kind of gold with green, green with gold tips.
Is it a dragon or a human?
No, it's a dragon. But he's completely immersed with her.
It sounds like one of the children. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I saw him day before yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was very interesting.
And what color was the dragon again?
She's kind of green with gold tips.
It sounds like yeah, one of his daughters. Yeah,
Okay.
I know what one. I know who it
Okay.
is.
Okay. Well, that's where he's been. His mind's been lately. But he brought her to the
Kind of trying to
cave.
help his kid because yeah, he's been locked around. He's been locked in a cage for like kind of for 50 years. So
Right. Well, I thought it was interesting that, but I mean, he seems very happy.
yeah, I do hear from him and I do talk to him, but it's not lately. I've been kind of like in a fortress of solitude.
Right.
Exploring the other side of myself, and which I did last night apparently. That's funny.
That's, mm,
Oh, but we'll talk about that one at 9:30.
all right. Well, so what time is it
uh,
there?
huh?
What time is it there, your time now?
It's about 8:33.
Okay. See, it's 7:30 here.
Yeah, so it'll be about 8:30 your time.
All right. Well, that
So
makes,
within an hour, about an hour. 'Cause I'm waiting for some more people to come on, so I don't have to repeat the story, repeat the experience because it was hilarious.
well,
It was
that's
freaking
cool.
great. I mean, I've had multi experiences, but that one by far was the funniest one yet.
Well, that's
I
cool.
was laughing the entire time. I was laughing the entire time on that
Well, you needed
experience.
that.
Yeah, I get what the lessons were too, and I know why it happened. Yeah, it was very much needed, you know, and I got the meaning behind the visit. I didn't understand it until after I got off the phone with Sonia and somebody else, and I understood why they did it and why they were sent.
Well, cool. That's
But
cool.
it was hilarious.
Very cool.
Do you need any help with anything else?
No, I think that'll do it.
Oh,
At
any
least for me.
questions?
No, I think I know now what I need to do.
What I get that you don't go outside a lot, do you?
Well, the weather's been too bad.
Hasn't it been in the 60s lately?
Here, it just started that yesterday.
Yeah.
And then
I've
it's
gotten that
supposed
for
to
like
be,
2 or 3 days now.
yeah.
Uh, I would suggest. I know you don't have a backyard, do you?
Yeah, I do.
You have a big front yard.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my Bigfoot's been playing peekaboo with me.
Yeah, they're all coming out now. It's they want the universe is saying that hi Rachel. Um, I'm getting that you have to commune with Gaia more. See if you can
Okay.
get out this week with Gaia and uh connect with the earth. Not even necessarily being a barefoot. You don't have to do that. Like touch it and like touch the ground and maybe spend some time, see if you can try to do a little meditation.
Right.
Just commune with Gaia a little because I think that's I'm seeing a tuning fork, and when I'm seeing the tuning fork, it's telling me that you're a little out of sequence. That'll
Right.
help you adjust to that sequence.
All
But the
right.
problem that you're having with the battle and the war, that'll help you with it.
Right. Well, ever since I connected with Carl and met with him, I've been
Right?
off balance.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I pushed myself too fast or what.
No, you didn't push yourself too fast. You just used you I'm getting overwhelmed yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it was so vibrant.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think I was expecting it to be like that.
No, you weren't. And you pushed out a lot of energy and
Right.
it kind of wore you down a bit. That's probably why they said something with Gaia in the battle and stuff like that. That's probably it all goes together really.
Right. And I've been sleeping a lot. I've
I have
just,
too
I've been
during the
tired.
day.
Yeah. During the day.
I stay up all night and sleep during the day. Yeah, I can't sleep at night anymore. I
It's
cannot
weird.
sleep at night. I go to, you know what time I go to sleep? 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I've done a little better. It's usually around 3.
I can't even do that.
But I don't know. It's been really weird anyway lately because things have been off.
What was that?
Moringa.
Mogenga?
Moringa.
What is that?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard of it. Oh, it's an herb. I'm gonna have to look into that because I'm having a hard time sleeping, and last night was just weird. Oh my god, that was
Yeah.
that was an experience. It was hilarious.
I'm going to have to get some moringa.
Yeah. So if anybody wants a reading, I do them for $25, and if you want, you can donate to the Cash App up here, or my PayPal, up there. I do all kinds of readings, and if you want to share your experience, you can do that. Come up in the box. And yeah, when I was taken last night, I ended up with marks. I
I
was
saw
marked.
those
Yes, I
marks.
was. I was marked in 3 different places. 4.
Well,
I
do you
don't know.
think they put trackers on you or
No.
no?
Um. And I'm looking at everywhere where I was marked, and that's it's kind of funny because those are the places that have been hurting,
Uh
and
huh.
I think that they did something to help the pain because I woke up this morning, I wasn't in pain either.
Well, that's good.
Usually, I wake up with a headache and my neck being stiff and painful for some reason. I didn't this time. I feel like when you wake up, sometimes you feel like you have to crack your back or your neck,
Right.
and you get that pain and it doesn't go away unless you do it. That that's what I was feeling, and I didn't feel that this morning. That's really rare because every morning I have to. It's like I have to realign my spine or something, and I didn't have to do that last night.
Hmm.
So this experience I had last night started must have been about 8 o'clock, anywhere from 8 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So sometime in the morning it happened. I don't know. I don't know, but it was really weird. And I know it was an actual thing that happened because when I seen it, the moon was out, and it was the same. Whatever happened last night, it was the same moon as out there right now. It was the same shape and everything. So yeah.
Well, as long as it was positive, that's good.
Oh, it was positive. It was great. Um, just thinking about it makes me laugh.
Well, that's positive.
Eh, I've never in my life seen a freaking bunch of space beings be so freaking hilarious. They were the most hilarious things I've ever seen in my life.
All right, now you're going to have to start talking about it if you keep.
I know I'm gonna try not to.
Yeah. Flower power before I've taken melatonin, but that doesn't. It seems like it lasts maybe an hour.
I've had other
We
things happen, but I don't really remember them. I know I haven't been. It seems like every night I've been off world, but I don't know where I go. But last night I actually remembered. Oh, what do you want, buddy? Oh man. All right, let me hold on. I think he wants to go out.
yeah,
Let me see if I
probably.
can bring any. Um, can you take control for a minute of the live? I'll deal with my doggy. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, buddy. We can't spend all day out there. Come on. I got things to do. Come on.
Flower power, you want to come on up?
Don't try to run me over. It's gonna be a short
I
trip.
think it could get interesting this evening.
Oh, well, too bad. I don't care. I have to do my live, and you're here, so you're gonna have to work with me, buddy.
For those just coming in, Paul took his dog out. Anybody had any interesting experiences? Not really sure how to run his live, but I'm here if anybody wants to tell any experiences or whatever. Have y'all got any of that weird snow that doesn't melt? I've been hearing a lot about that. Well, that's good. It's warmed up a little bit here in Texas now, but they said we've got another front going to come through this coming week. And for those that haven't heard, my brother did pass away. So I've been dealing with that quite a bit. Thank you, Redwin. It was hard to process. I was very close to him, and it was like my floor just falling out from under me. But here lately, we've been losing a lot of people, at least in this area I'm in. Thank you, Brenda. While he was in the hospital, I did connect with him, and it was a real strong connection. I think I used so much energy doing it that It just kind of zapped me. He was on a ventilator, and he and I talked, and I told him, I said, if you're ready to go, you need to, but come back and let your wife and daughters know that you're okay. And the next day he came, opened his eyes, and made eye contact with both of them, all of them. And the next morning he peacefully went. So I know that he was in a good place. We just weren't expecting it. It really was. It was beautiful. Back in the early 90s, I had an NDAE, and I was very vividly can remember it. I was standing in front of the ocean, and there was a presence behind me that felt like the most unbelievable love you've ever felt in your life. You just felt like you were in a cocoon of love. And I was staring out over the ocean, and he told me, you can go if you want to. But about that time, I heard my husband and kids, and I said, I can't leave them. And he said, I know, but you can go if you want to. So that was, I mean, to this day, I can remember that feeling. There's nothing like it. The ocean's always been a wonderful place to me. I can stand there and feel at peace. So what do y'all think about this current situation we're in with all the orbs and the Dior bags and such? Oh, yeah. I love the lake too. Hey, Suzanne, come up and join me. Paul went to take his dog out. Haven't seen much of you lately. Well, they don't like us to talk about ships, though people have been calling them Dior bags. I've missed seeing you. How have you been feeling?
You're up my butt. What? Come on. Seriously, bro. Calm down.
I was about to
Yeah,
get off
well,
on
we
you,
had
Paul.
something happen.
What?
Something happened up. I don't. Diesel, back up. I usually take him for a walk, and
Yeah.
the other house light was on, and we don't go up in that house. Nobody's been in that house for a while. The light was on, and I'm like, "Why is the light on?" So I had to come back here with him and go up into the other house, and he's sitting there. Not, I had to like pull him into the house because he's being I don't know. He didn't want to go in there, and I'm like, dude. I'm like, you're a big dog. Come on now.
Did you ever
So I
get
had to
him
go
in?
check. I finally got him in there, and we went and checked the house out, and somehow the light got on, and I know no one touched the light, so I don't know why the light was on. So I don't know. I
Huh.
don't know. I hope nobody's getting in there somehow. Hello, River. In about 30 minutes, I'm going to tell you about my what happened last night. 9:30, I'm going to share the my journey to the planet tonight. Well, yeah, tonight. I'm going to share it at 9:30, whatever. In the 30 minutes. Whew, if I catch my breath, holy crap. I had to run all the way down, run all the way back. And he's sitting there tripping me.
Uh,
You know how like they run under your feet?
yeah.
He kept running under my feet, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm trying to get up there, buddy. Work with me, buddy. I was just waiting for more people to come in so I could. I'm waiting for more people to come in because I know I'm gonna have to repeat the story like 10 times.
Right. Well, I think you lost a few of us whenever
Oh well,
I was just trying to entertain the best I could.
well, right. I had to take him out, otherwise I'm gonna have destruction on my carpets.
Oh, I understand.
Now I'm all hot and sweaty. So, does anybody have anything they want to share? Anybody want a card reading? I can do them for 25. Donate to Cash App or PayPal, whichever. PayPal would be better. If you don't want to donate to TikTok, you can never get your coins back ever again. And they have a problem with that apparently. So,
Thank you, Brenda. That was sweet.
yes, thank you. Anybody want any past life readings? Any starseed readings? Any dream interpretations, visions, dreams? You want me to jump into the universe and see if anybody has anything for you? Anything like that. I can do that for free. If anything to do with cards and pendulums and stuff like that, then, it's going to have to cost. But thank you. That was very thoughtful of you to say that. Anybody have anything they want to share for 30 minutes? I'm waiting for Honey and them to show up. Honey and Mel and all them, but
I sent him a thing.
I sent them one. I don't know what's going on with that. Thank you for the gifts. Every little bit helps. Especially this one. Strap this month, boy. I didn't expect a $300 electric bill.
Oh my goodness, I know. That's how mine was.
I'm used to maybe like 200,
Yeah.
but mine went almost 300. I'm like, holy crap.
Well, it was so cold.
I didn't even have the heat on though. I had it like at 64 most of the time.
Well, that's how I had mine, but I don't know. I'm ready for us to get that free electric.
Yeah. And I think Jesus will be back by then and the apocalypse will happen.
Well, maybe so.
Maybe. Everybody noticed the stars have been really bright.
Yeah.
It's I keep seeing a group of stars and they keep pulling me to them. I don't know what it is. It's like a triangle, a group of triangle stars in the sky. I don't know what they are, but
Well, I've seen that several times. Oh, that's pretty.
ah, yes, thank you. That's just as cool as the manifesting hands.
Yeah.
Haven't seen them in a while. Well, as soon as I hit 10K, I can do a giveaway. I gotta find a way to get more people in here.
I know. Well,
Oh
you
no.
haven't been advertising it.
Yeah.
I haven't
Uh,
seen anything.
it's the algorithms messing it up. What? It's the algorithm though.
Why
It's
do you
messed
think?
up. It's weird.
Well, it's been weird for a while.
Probably because it's not TikTok. I guess because it's not TikTok anymore. It's now under Meta. It's got
Yeah.
Meta algorithms, which is Facebook. They just took the whole program and uploaded it on Meta, basically Meta servers.
Yeah.
Hello, Cam. You're going to be just in time to hear that. In 25 minutes, you're going to hear something happened to me last night, Cam. You hear that in 25 minutes, if you're still here. Uh, does anybody have anything they want to share? They want to talk about? Any questions? Anyone want any readings? Anything? This is all your time. About 9:30, Cam. Eating? What are you eating? I was supposed to be eating chicken, but it's been sitting there the entire time. And I don't know where everybody else is. I sent them out. Even Trina's not in here.
That's what I wondered where she was.
Yeah, she's not been in my life for a while. She comes in for like 5 minutes and then leaves.
Huh. Well, Bean's not in here either.
Yeah, she shows up later. I don't know. Everybody doing their thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh.
Suzanne, your workouts going?
Yeah, Suzanne, how's the workouts been going?
Cliff, I'm glad to see you back.
How did they go?
Oh, yuck. You
Ugh.
went through the ringer.
Yeah. You know, the worst thing is that chalk pasting stuff they make you drink. That's gross.
Yeah.
I'd rather take a needle and drink that stuff. She didn't get her appointment for her infusions. What do the infusions do?
It's a lot like
Anybody
chemo.
know?
At least the ones we had.
That's where they shoot you with some.
You
Never
know
really
what?
heard that term.
What people are doing here are getting like vitamin infusions.
Oh,
And
that's interesting.
yeah. Now, I mean, they're expensive from what I understand, but they say they really make a difference.
What, I just inject you with vitamins or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Especially vitamin B.
And without contrast, they give me intravenously. Oh, yeah. It's that meta algorithm. It's a pain in the butt.
Several of the lives I've been in have been like that.
Yeah, and sometimes I can't even read half the messages. Like sometimes it'll just stop. The comments will stop rolling, and people come in and out of the box, and I can't even see who's in the box or anything. It's like, and then people are like, "Did you see the comment? What comment? I didn't see no comment." So sometimes I have to log on my other account so I could see the messages now. Even now on that phone it does it too. So it's got to be something with the algorithm and the servers they got. I don't know, but I don't think their service can handle TikTok, and they need to do something a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't think they expected it to be as strong as it is.
Well, it was doing great until they switched it over to the Meta, until like the United States got a hold of it, and now it's been slow as molasses.
Yeah.
I seen a video of a big ice. Oh, hold on. I seen a video of a big ice field fell from the sky and made a big hole in the roof. Holy crap. I'll send a picture of.
I saw that.
Yeah. A lot of spiritual things going on. There's everything everywhere.
Yeah. Hi, Betty.
Hello, Betty. Welcome to live. Do you have anything you want to share? No? Yes? Maybe? Hello? Well,
I guess not.
I guess not. Hello, Lizzie. Welcome to live.
So, Suzanne, you're addicted to tuna?
Tuna. She's turning into a kitty. Well, I bet this person wants to come up but doesn't say anything. Hello?
Hello, Betty.
If you're trying to say something, we can't hear you.
Do you have her
Hello?
blocked?
No?
Well, it's weird because there's a plus sign out by her name.
That means add. Hello?
Brenda, I do that all the time.
Oh, okay, we're playing tag here. Okay. I guess not again. Okay. On a brand of fresh. Yes. Anybody have anything they'd like to share or add? Or talk about? I feel like I'm playing tag with these people in this guest request.
I know. It's weird.
Oh, they asked to come up, and then I hit the request, and then I hit the button for them to come up, but yet they don't say anything, don't show up in the box. I don't know.
Hey, Suzanne. How are you, babe?
Flower Power.
Hello?
Sorry. Flower Power has a question.
What would your question be, dear? A few years ago, I cement bird bath fell on my leg and I broke it. Oh, that doesn't sound too fun.
No.
That
Ouch.
actually sounds like it hurt.
Did it break your leg or the bird bath?
Or
Or
both.
both.
I would guess your leg.
Oh yeah, those things are cement. Those things are. In my yard, I walked by and just randomly fell, or by an elf. Everybody's gonna think about elves tonight. You never know.
I think you're just teasing everybody.
Nope, 15 minutes. Broke my. Ooh, That must have took a long time to heal, huh?
Man, that sounds miserable. Did you have to have surgery?
Ooh, it wrecked my life. It was awful. Sorry to hear that. Especially when the legs, when your legs are screwed, that messes up your life a lot. Like,
I understand, Flower Power. I haven't been able to walk well for 2 years now
it messed up
because
my
of
career too.
spinal surgery.
I'm glad you're walking. It took me 2 years to walk after my incident. About a year, actually about a year and a half, something like that. I'm alive, but I'm still alive. I'm glad you're walking. I wanted to be. I was going to go into WWE, but I busted my leg. Yep.
I know, Flower Power. It's weird when things like that happen and you don't have any
Yeah.
idea how.
That sure would be a mean thing for an elf to do.
I
Yeah,
don't
it
think an elf would
would.
do that. I don't think an elf would do that. Maybe a sprite. Oh my gosh, 200 pounds. I've had a lot. Well, it could be one of those too. There are some jerk ones. Um, I've had many things happen, but not having a 200-pound freaking bird bath on my leg. That would hurt. I imagine that really hurt really bad.
You know it did.
Oh
Well,
yeah. I
honey,
mean, I played football and I was tackled by 6 people.
honey texted me earlier.
I when I was younger. Okay.
What did she say?
She just sent me a link
Huh.
to something on YouTube. Um, and I
Yeah, when I
said
was
something
younger, I
back,
played
and
football and I busted my leg.
it didn't look like she saw what I replied back to her, so I
I
don't know what she said to.
well, maybe she's busy. I I had like I caught the ball and I'm running down the thing and I got smashed by 6 people and ended up carrying me off the football field and I couldn't walk for friggin' a year and a half. So yeah, I know leg pain, but not like that. Not 200 pounds on my leg. That hurt.
So,
I'm
Flower
I'm
Power,
glad
you
that
think
you
it was paranormal?
it, it probably could have been. I mean,
Flower Power, you don't want to stay and hear what happened to um, Paul last night? He went to another planet.
does it still hurt when you walk? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that in 10 minutes. Oh my, oh my.
It's got to be pretty good with you laughing.
Yeah, I've been laughing all day. It's been keeping me in it's funny as hell.
Well, we all need a good laugh.
I was laughing so hard, I had a head rush, and my ribs were hurting. That's what I woke up to, and it just continued all day.
I'm inviting some people. I haven't seen Sharon in a long time. Has
Yeah,
anybody
Sharon
seen
like
Sharon?
no.
I've
Last time I
seen
tried to call her,
her.
she hung up on me.
I
I tried to call her on Facebook and she hung up on me, so I don't know.
She was probably busy. She works a lot.
Yeah, Sharon's awesome.
Yes,
She
she
would have
is.
loved that story too.
I sent her an invitation, but I don't know if she's been on TikTok.
Look like Facebook's going up.
Looks like what?
What else you want to share? Did someone drop down?
not that I know.
No.
Oh,
Well,
Dog Power, is your leg completely healed now?
whoa! That one sounds like somebody's in a wind tunnel.
yeah, it did.
Whoa! I don't look like anybody's showing up, huh?
What are we, chopped liver?
I'm talking about like the other people too, because I don't want to have to repeat the story 5 times.
I know.
Or 10.
Well, it might not be bad. You could do it more than once.
Yay, Tina came. I invited Tina and she showed up. Woohoo!
There you
Paul,
go.
Paul's going to tell us about the experience he had last night, Tina.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I can't. I'm gonna try to tell us without laughing, but I can't. So I guess it is what it is.
Did you go with
Um,
somebody you've already been off world with?
no, no, no. This is a whole nother thing. Just wait till you hear it.
Okay.
Okay, I've had many experiences, as everybody knows, with many different beings. Now, I was watching um The Walking Dead last night, and I decided to turn it off. And I was like, "Nah, I don't want to miss anymore." So I switched it off and put it on something that was obsolete, just as background noise, because I have a hard time sleeping. So I went to sleep, and I'm laying next to my dog here, and I wake up. It felt like something kicked me in the stomach. I had to go to the bathroom really bad. So I went to the bathroom. Now, I don't know if this actually happened, that it actually went up there, or it was just a dream walk. I don't know what it was, but it is what it is here. So I went to the bathroom and I heard a humming by the window. I look out the window and I'm looking up at the moon. The moon was the way it is right now when you look outside. So I know it was that time. So I'm like, why is I never seen the moon look like that. Of course, I never really looked at the moon much anyway. So I'm like, that's interesting. So all of a sudden, this big freaking ship eclipsed the moon. Like it went in well, I couldn't even see the moon behind it. This thing was massive. It looked like a crystal city with metal infused in the crystal. And I'm like, what in the heck? Am I seeing this? And I'm staring at this. I'm like, no, this is not happening. No. Is this a dream? Is this real? I don't know. So I adjust myself and I walk out the back door and I'm looking at it. And all of a sudden, as I get out the back door, I'm standing there and I'm looking up and it's like I was fading and there was little particles swimming around me. I'm standing on a ship and it was like very sleek metal and it was just like a continuous metal ship with crystals in it. And I'm like, These little beings came up to me, and this little being, it was an elf, and a little elf girl. She walks up to me and she reaches for my hand, and I'm like, okay. So she's walking with me down the hallway of the ship, and she's like, and she's all happy and like smiling, and I'm like, what is going on here? I was silent because I didn't know what to think. I'm like stunned at this point. I'm like, I don't know these people. What is going on? This is crazy. So we get to the big front part of the ship, like the center of the ship, and there was all these elves. Holy crap, there was a bunch of elves all around the ship. And they were like cheering when I walked in. You know, it was something like, you're going down into a wrestling arena and you see like a bunch of people cheering for you. That's what it was like. And they're all like looking at their computers and they turn around and they're all cheering like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I'm like, well, am I the tallest one here? And I'm looking around, and they're like 4 feet tall, and they're walking around, and I'm like, what? And they started talking, and they like talking and cracking jokes about each other. And it was just cracking jokes, and I go, and they're laughing consistently. It was like I was in Santa's workshop or something. I have no idea. I just started laughing. So I'm looking around the ship, and I'm like, I was expecting them to break out like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. I was waiting for oompa loompa doopity doo. And I'm like, what? This is not happening. I'm like, no. And then finally, one of the little elves on the ship, she looks at me, she goes, hello, and how are you? I'm like, I'm okay. She's like, it's great to have you on my ship. We've been waiting so long for you to come. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, we got a bunch of things to show you. I'm like, you do? And they're like, and another one's like, yeah, we're going to show you a bunch of stuff. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. So I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying to be serious, And they're like all like cracking jokes. Oh, what? The big bad dragon scared of a little elf? Like, no. And they just were cracking jokes the entire time. And they were just funny. It was hilarious. We were having conversations, and it was funny how they were just talking about just certain things about space and how they were cracking jokes about it. So we're walking around, and she says, we made a chair for you, Your Majesty. A chair? Yeah, a chair right there, Your Majesty. So she walks me over, and I sit on this chair, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm the tallest one here, and they're all like 3, 4 feet tall. This is, what's going on? Why am I here? I don't know what's going on. And out of everybody that I thought that I would ever see on the ship, and not many people, this dwarf comes by. The only dwarf I seen on the ship, mind you. He walks up while he was walking by me. And I'm like, Squishy? He's like, what's up, bro? I'm like, Squishy, what are you doing on the ship? And he's like, just doing some work, bro. I'm like, Squishy? I thought you were taller than me. He goes, well, I guess not here. He goes, I'm pint size. Big things come in small packages. I'm like, oh my God, no. Yeah, Squishy. He was guy Steven. He was in the other group. And he's just a funny guy. And he sounded just like him and looked just like him. And it does the same kind of work. So he's like, and I'm like, well, it's great to see you. He says, yeah, I'll be seeing you, bro. And then he goes, walks off. And then another elf comes over. She goes, well, we're ready, Your Majesty. Ready for what? Well, we're ready to show you our homeworld. We can't wait. We've been waiting and waiting. I'm like, okay. So she takes, they both, two elves were holding my hand and we teleported, I guess. It was a teleport. And we're on the planet of the surface, on the surface of the planet. This planet, holy crap. It was so bright. It's so beautiful. Like, you could see fairies flying around. There was elves and working and playing and stuff like that. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, this is wow. And I'm walking by and hold on, let me turn the camera. I gotta show you, because one of the elf girls, the little girl elf, I'm looking at her and she said, Eee! I'm trying to hold in my laughter, but she was like, Eee! I'm like, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm just trying to do some magic. I'm like, what kind of magic you trying to do? She's like, I'm trying to manifest a deer. I'm like, a deer? She's like, yeah. And she's like, ee! And then she does it, and it starts to form. And it starts to form into a deer. She's like, yeah, I did it. And she's jumping up and down, and she was ecstatic. And I'm like, oh my. And then I'm like, well, I'm glad to go. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm like, you're very welcome. And so I kept walking further. And so there's this boy elf, and he's like, and I'm like, what are you trying to do? Because I said he was struggling. I go, what are you trying to do? He's like, I'm trying to cast light out of my hand, but it's not working. And the other elves are behind me, or beside me, actually. And I'm like, maybe if you focus more on your energy in your hand and not too much about anything else, just focus on the energy. Push it into try to push all that energy into the small little part in your hand, and maybe that'll happen. So he's like, and he's like, and all of a sudden this little light beam comes flying out of his hand. And he's like, oh my God, thank you, Your Majesty. I really appreciate that. You're so helpful. I'm like, you're very welcome. So as we're walking down, we get to it looked like a garden. It was a garden after I helped a few other people. It was a garden, and hold on. It was a garden, and there was a couple there was elves around, and they looked like they were a little bit older elves. They might have been like maybe older teenagers, kind of. It seemed like a very young bunch of elves. And I'm like, hello. And they're like, hello. This is great. I get kind of serious here for a moment. And I'm like, well, why am I here? This place is awesome. And you guys are hilarious. He goes, yeah, we always love to joke around, but, sometimes we just need to be serious. And the guy goes, yeah, right, whatever. And it just started laughing again. I'm like, oh my God, this is hilarious. So I'm like, so why did you bring me here? He says, well, we want to know, we have a question. And I'm like, well, what's your question? And I'm like, I'm like, like, spit it out. And they're like, we want to know if we can join your group of beings. I'm like, my group of beings? He goes, yeah, Nympha. I'm like, Nympha? I don't have no say in that. Yes, you do. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm like, that's Brim's world, not mine. He goes, well, he might be the mighty Dragon King, but you have say so too. I'm like, what? Like, come on, you love us, we're great. I'm like, well, I can't make that decision. Yes, you can. And it goes, do you even know who you are? I'm like, Brim? Yes, but she points down to the table, and I could see a reflection. I looked down, and I was a Palladian male. I had long white hair and blue eyes, with a a dark blue outfit with like little sparkles in it, like silver. It looked like silver sparkles were in it, and it was a gold collar. And I'm like, who's that? He goes, that's you. And I'm waving my hand in the reflection to make sure it was me. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, that's me? Huh. Interesting. They go, so if Brim is with you and this part of you is with Brim, so you can make the decisions too. Because you're 2 in 1. I'm like, well, yeah. And I'm like, okay, I don't know, but I don't see a problem with it. Whoa, thank you. And I'm like, they got all funny and ecstatic again. And I'm like, oh my God, please don't break into a chain of Oompa Loompa. Oh, I'm like, no, not again. No. I'm just waiting for them to break out in some song or dance from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I don't know why, but it was freaking funny. They were funny the entire time. And then I woke up and I'm in my bed. I don't even know how I got there, but I'm in my bed, and I've got marks I've got certain dots all over. Like, I have dots on my arm right here now. I have dots on my hand. I have some dots right here on my neck, and I have dots on this part of my arm. And I was feeling pain, but I'm not feeling pain anymore. So that's the story. That's what happened. And I think I know what the whole way it happened was. Is they wanted to heal me, and so that's what they did. That's why I got the holes, and or whatever. And I think that the main reason why I went up there, because I used to take things so seriously, and a lot of the times they were telling me don't take things so seriously, and a lot of them had like humor. They were very humor and childlike, and I got from that it goes, I have to be more childlike and more funny, and show more of an emotional side, which I really don't. And I think that's why they came and they did that.
So they gave you your laughter back.
Apparently. But that is exactly, and you see how like the little dots right there. That's what I was seeing the entire time when I was seeing when we teleporting. It kind of looked like that with the little dots. But that is what happened. That is so what happened last night.
That's funny.
I got yeah, and they just kept me laughing the
I
entire
guess
time.
I missed the
It was
ending
great.
because I froze.
What part was the last part that you heard?
Well, I heard holy shit, I think it was. No, you said holy crap. Sorry.
Well, I don't remember what part how crap was.
Did you hear about the Palladians
And
River?
it'll get to me.
Did you hear as far as the
No.
part about the Palladians? Okay, that's a good one.
Okay. So, I'm like, I was standing at the table. It looked like a garden meeting place for them, and they would ask me, tell me I had to make a decision if they can join Nyntha's area because I think they were
I
looking for
didn't
a
hear.
home, and I'm like, well, I can't make that. I was like,
Paul,
I can't make the decision. That's Brim's, and she's like, well, you can make the decision. You know who you are, and I'm like, no, Brim. And she points down at the table, and when I pointed at the table, I see the reflection in the table. I had long white hair,
you see what
the
in the
bluest
table?
eyes I've ever seen. My reflection. It was. I looked down and I seen a
Were
reflection on the table.
you
I had
male
white
or
long hair,
female?
male, I think, and I had blue eyes. I had a blue costume, a blue like
And
tight costume, and it had silver dots like sparkles in it, and then it had a gold
yeah.
around the collar. And I'm looking, and I'm like, I'm waving my hand, going, "Oh crap, that is me! Holy crap, I'm a handsome guy." I was like, "Holy crap!" And I look up and go, "Well, I don't see a problem with it." And then I woke up and I had I got dots everywhere on me. So I think they healed me because
I
I'm
would.
not feeling pain in those areas.
So those marks, was that the two red spots that I saw?
Yeah, I've got them on my hands, my neck, and my arms. On two of my arms. 2 spots on my arms. And I got one on my hand.
That's weird.
Well,
Well,
I have a problem with my... And it's funny
maybe
because every place that I've got the dots is where I've had pain. And I'm not feeling it now, so I'm
well,
taking
you
it as
could
I
have been
healed them.
tripping on spider. You could have been tripping on spider venom.
In my bed next to my dog. I mean, I was in bed and I had to go to the bathroom. I woke up, went to the bathroom, looked out the window. There was a giant ship out there. I went out my back porch. I teleported. I'm on a ship being escorted by a little elf. And they were just cracking jokes in front of the entire time. And they kept calling me Your Majesty and referring to me as the Dragon King. And they wanted to, I guess they wanted me to agree to an alliance or them to go over there, move their planet over there or something. I don't know. But it was funny.
I
I was
almost
expecting
always
them to.
assume. I almost always assume I'm hallucinating, and then I go, "Oh yeah, no, I'm not hallucinating. I'm meditating."
I don't know if it was a dream or I actually went there. That's the thing. Because I remember getting up and going to
Yeah.
the bathroom, but it was like a dream, but
Mhm.
it wasn't. I don't know.
But you were
I'll tell
back
you
in.
But
what.
I was on a ship with elves, and Squishy was on there.
Did they all have the little spiky ears?
Yes,
Oh,
they were adorable. They were so adorable, and it didn't look like the elder race of elves. It looked like a younger race of elves. Like it was like a whole generation of elves, younger elves, and it didn't look like none of them were really older. It looked like they were younger elves because when I was walking on the planet and the planet was beautiful, it had so much stuff and it had islands. It almost looked like something like it was like Pangea, but fantasy, more fantasy. It was more like I was watching centaurs going across the planet. I'm watching fairies and green. Oh my god, fays were walking back and forth. Trees were walking. I'm like, what in the heck is going on here? This that I seen it, and like I'm seeing it right now. Like I'm seeing my phone.
I wish my tree so I could just ask him to back up a couple of feet. Honey, are you okay?
So,
Yeah, I'm good. How about you guys?
And when I got in there, when I was in there, it was like I could
Yeah.
breathe better. I can move faster, and it was like I don't know. It was like felt like I was getting younger and younger, and it was I just kept laughing. They were great.
that's so. This is so neat that you say that because I feel like I'm the only one. I know I'm not, but that thinks and experiences that. But here's one of the kickers to that. You, whenever I was following in one part of the story at the beginning until they moved on to the Palladium part, because I'm trying to jump in like how this all comes together, how you said it or how it resonates. I'm processing a really serious pain bubble right now as I talk. I'm trying to stay normal too. um, the Pallad one of the things that a few months ago that I went through about coming through about understanding that the Palladians are here to help is that we will have
Right.
to make a decision if we are. So that was another part of what you said that rang true to me about what's really actually happening is that we have to make a decision if we want to allow the healing from them because they don't force it. It's a consensual thing. And then the information that I've gleaned through this healing journey to figure it all out is part of it is that we are all in this together, and that people will say that when you're asleep you're in another world, and technically some people believe that that's the awake world, and that when you're awake it's not. I know that's all real confusing. I'm just throwing
Yeah.
out theories
Yeah.
right now about
No,
it,
yeah,
trying
Yeah.
to
I
put it
heard
together
that.
for myself. But yeah, there came a time with this journey that the message was if a ship was dropped down like out in just I'm just throwing out a state like Nebraska or something, and there was an option for humans to board the ship to get the healing because it was sent from the Most High, the creator of us, to like either remove us from here while the earth gets redone or something like that so we could be healed, and that was a healing ship. And so I make jokes day to day, like at Planet Fitness, I'm like, this is a Palladian starship. Like I'll say different places that are very healing, I'll attribute it to that because I really did have to go through the question mark if it was asked to me if I would be the first one to enter the ship in faith and trust that it would be a healing thing, and so other people would go, and would there be any other person that would enter the ship first? So it's amazing that you said that because also a few months ago it came to me that I was going to start to meet more beings in the flesh, like actually meet someone in the flesh that professed to be of another star system. And I've recently, in the past 3 months, met 5 people, and unless you go through the things and study it and research the whole thing and learn the characteristics and all of that, which I had to do for my journey because I wasn't sure what I was anymore. I was dehumanized, and I felt as though I had the mark of the beast. I was like a reptilian brain because my nervous system was so eradicated. And I noticed that all of
Dragon.
the, yeah, for sure. I just got that the other night. I'll tell you that throughout this conversation as well. Um, and one more thing, and then we'll bounce that off. As far as the other side of it is that I truly, I know this is crazy. Well, I'm crazy. Believe I'm lunatic style that my mother is a fairy changeling. And it didn't come around to me like that for a long time until I realized the abuses that were really suffered and the manifestations of the way that she handled things and how pure her heart is. And then the way that she now looks from from what went on in her body, the way that she looks, physically looks from the manifestation of how she processed what she went through in her outer existence. So her inner world created the way she looks in her outer world, and she's still very pure hearted and very kind. So it was a major thing. But I asked her. She sent me a little. She started. She doesn't. She calls it a cell phone. It's a flip phone. She doesn't have a house phone, and she texts on Facebook inbox messenger. That's how we do our air quotes texting. And she started to send me a little fairy with it. So it started to eat at me about it. And I just one day I asked her if her thoughts on a fairy, and I'll have to pull that message up, maybe not right now, but another time, to be continued on that part, Pennant. And the response that she gave me regarding a fairy was in my spirit some kind of a confirmation. So if those are levels that we have to go to in our inner psyche in order for us to process things and to come out on the other side, I'm a believer in the realms.
I think I think all of us in here are. I could be
Believers,
mistaken, but
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Honey
Yes.
has Honey has fairies and a Bigfoot family, and Honey's backyard is kind of like a park. So
I got
and
portals in
and she's
mine.
got cats that play with the fairies. And you're very quiet, Honey.
I was thinking that. What are you being so quiet about?
I'm just listening. I came into the middle of that story, so I
Oh,
was trying to find my place in it.
Yeah.
And the energy's just been real heavy today. I have a headache, and I'm just trying to relax. And I was really glad to see my invite and get back in here and talk to
I
you
was
guys.
I was I was in big pain, and I came in and I laid down in my bed, and I took a pain pill, a Lyrica, a muscle relaxer, and 2 gummies. And
So this is going
and
to
the
be a
pain,
very
I'm not out
interesting
of pain.
conversation with you tonight, right?
right.
You what? Yeah,
This
we can
will be
talk about
in.
all kinds of stuff.
This will be a very interesting conversation from you.
Oh, it's
But
this
yeah,
is
those
me
elves were
every
so awesome. They were awesome. And I got from that is be more childlike, have a sense of humor, don't take things so seriously. And that's basically what I've done the opposite of what they told me to do. And now I'm actually getting it. Be more childlike, Have a sense of humor. Don't take things so seriously.
When my daughter was going through such a terrible time in her life, and she had moved back in with us, I sent her to a place here that where she could get some healing, and she did a drumming, and she was looking for an energy cord removal, and I told her just kind of just don't ask for anything specific, just go with it. And so she said she started the drumming, and it felt like it was just a few minutes, but in actuality it was about 40 minutes later. But
wow.
her dream was that she had that there was a huge cavern of water, very, very, very blue water. It was all underground. The water was clear, and she dove into the water, swam around, and looked up, and there on kind of a rocky out point was a big teddy bear, one that was very similar. It was not a teddy bear. I'm sorry, it was a rabbit. And when she was a baby, she got this rabbit from somebody, and she carried it until it literally fell apart. I repaired it as much as possible until I could no longer ever repair it. And she still has the pieces and parts of it. But she carried that rabbit with her literally everywhere she went. And she was such a joyful child. She sang all the time. She was the princess. She knew the words to every movie, every song, everything. She was always entertaining and worrying about how everybody else was. And during the process of her unfortunate relationship, she lost her sense of self and was very, her self esteem was very lowered. And so she was struggling with that a lot. And what happened is she looked up and saw her rabbit sitting on this rock outcrop inside the water. And she was so delighted. She said she just felt like everything just covered her up in happiness and love and joy. And she just swam straight for the rabbit, grabbed up her rabbit to her heart, and it just dissolved into her body. And when she came out of the drumming, she was like a whole different outlook. And the woman told her, "You retrieved your joy. You found your joy. Your joy had been stolen. You allowed it to be stolen from you. And you went in and found it. And now you have it. And it's up to you now what you do with it."
That's
Wow.
wonderful.
And that was
What a story.
the beginning of her return. Her return back to, she started writing again, she started blogging, and she started running and doing all the things that she had not been doing. And she, of course, I brag on Lindsay Ann all the time. She's incredibly intelligent. She's got her doctorate. She teaches. She is a mentor. She writes grants. She has a family. She does all the things, and she's incredibly intelligent and articulate. All the things. She's in the middle of writing like 3 books, and I just think she's everything and all that. Which, of course, she's my kid, but still. Everybody else thinks that too. Where she works,
You don't talk like that about all your kids, though.
well, they're all very unique and lovely and wonderful women. But
Yeah.
Lindsay Ann and I have always had a different type of relationship in that we communicate differently than I do with the other two. But anyway, she's very
He understands you.
right. She
Right.
doesn't think I'm crazy, but
She hasn't condemned you to hell.
Right.
no, she hasn't done that either. So yeah, there's that. But anyway, so like that story that she came home and told me, and I saw in her face the light that came back into her after that, and then the changes that occurred, how rapidly it all occurred after that, was just so inspiring and amazing to me. And it really sent her even deeper into her spiritual awakening. And so I believe that, you guys all know I listen to Cry On like almost constantly every day. And that's what he says is we came here to live in joy. We came to have a human experience and live in joy.
It
And
was supposed to be fun.
right, right. I mean,
That was fun last night.
so yeah, I'm really sitting here very jelly right now about your experience.
Me too.
I can come out
I
here
know
in
what
the
planet.
yard and
I
spend
know what
time.
planet they're from.
What?
What's the name of the planet?
Elon.
Oh
It's
yeah.
Eleon. Elon.
Elon?
That's where they're from.
Elon? Cool. Anyway, I can come out here in the backyard and spend time with my fairies and my Bigfoot, and I can feel
Oh, I
very,
can't hear anybody now.
very lighthearted. But I haven't been very good at hanging on to that lately. So,
Well, it's cold.
yeah, it is cold, and
It was 80 degrees here yesterday.
it got
I had
pretty warm
67.
here too.
It was amazing. It felt so good.
I sat out in the sun.
We're getting.
Were you able to go out very much?
I was busy. The last 2 days have just really I can't even remember what I did yesterday, but I did a lot for a Sunday. No, it was Monday. Oh yeah. My days are so messed up, but I've got all these appointments that I'm having to double check to make sure I don't miss anything.
Yeah.
But I still haven't gotten my infusion scheduled. And there's something else. I can't remember what. Today I had a CAT scan and an X-ray and physical therapy, and then I got home and it's like I'm just gonna die. I was in so much pain by the time I got home.
Well, that's what I guess we're talking about is figuring out ways to work through that pain and to ask for the healing. I know I've been listening to Pleiadian meditations, healing meditations throughout the night.
Well,
And
The,
when I
the
get
coolest
tired,
part was seeing Squishy as a dwarf on an elf ship.
isn't Squishy like that real skinny guy, Paul?
Mm-hmm.
That real skinny guy that had those kids, had his little
Yep.
ones, and
Mm-hmm.
he was so funny.
He was always
Yeah.
seeing orbs and stuff
Yeah.
and ships.
I haven't seen him in a while. I know he ended up getting separated and she left all the kids with him. But I haven't seen him in a while.
Mm-mm.
I saw
That's
him.
why I thought it was weird when I seen him on the ship because I was sitting in a chair and he walked by. I go, Squishy. He goes, yeah, bro. I'm like, I thought you were taller than me. He goes, no, because small things come in, because big things come in small packages. I'm just here to work. I'm just here to make things. I'm like, okay.
Funny. That is so funny.
And it looked exactly like him.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the world?
Well, don't we all do different things in our dream states, Paul? Because I know you've told me
Yeah.
tribe. And I know I feel more tired some days than other days. I think I've been working a little harder.
I haven't remembered a dream, and I don't know how long. I don't know why.
I've been having really clear, bizarre dreams, very clear.
So
We
I
talked
don't
about
know
this
if last
the other
night was a
night.
dream or what.
Well, with you, I mean, who knows? I know that it, but
I know
again,
I got up and went to the bathroom. That's all
Yeah.
I remember.
well, I mean, and none of us really know for sure. I watched the video today. I sent it to you, Suzanne. We don't any of us really know for sure. And we ask ourselves, are we imagining it? But are you really?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier about, thinking I was hallucinating and then going, no, I've never,
Well,
and then,
Susan said in this video that I sent you, she said, are you imagining it? I mean, is it something that you would normally think of yourself as doing or being?
well, no, like of the things I see,
Yeah.
no, that was like those geometric
Yeah.
patterns that I see, and it's like layered, and and they're in constant motion and evolving into these other beautiful patterns. And then there's like a scroll of words over like a scroll, and it's full of words, and I can see that they're words, but I can't see the words. It's like you can see there's something written ahead of you, but you can't focus because you can't see what the words are. And that
I
was,
want to show you guys
yeah.
something.
But I have
This is
managed to
part.
take myself back to that place.
See the dots?
Oh yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
That's one. That's part of them. That's one group. And then see the mark on my hand?
I don't see it.
Well, I can't hold the camera and do that.
Yeah, I understand. I don't. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Is it on the
There's
right
three
or
of.
the left?
Oh, hold on.
Right, just up from his bracelet.
Okay. One of them is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right
Okay.
here is one. The other one's like right here,
That light
and then the other
effect
one's like
is making
right
it
there.
difficult to see, Paul.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, I see it. I see him now.
That and then there's. Hold on. Let me take that off. Here we go. Like one there, one right here,
Those are such odd spots, too. So,
in here.
Uh-huh.
I mean, do those
And
run along any kind of meridian?
I
It's a reflex. They look to me like they have a reflexology pattern to them.
That's
Kind
what
of
I
like,
was wondering about.
yeah, like when you
see.
do acupuncture. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, see,
Yeah.
there's one right there. There's another one.
Yeah.
There's another
There's
one.
one.
And
Another one.
some of them are much bigger than others, too. They look more like
Yeah.
swords.
And then I've got
And so
I
now
got it on my neck too.
you're not hurting anymore, right? Isn't that what you said?
Can you see the one on my neck?
No, your beard's in the way.
Ah,
We told you you needed to trim it. Yeah, I see
there
it.
was like marks. There's marks right here too, and I didn't have them last night because I was trimming the beard last night, and I went to sleep, and I had none of these marks on me.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason to doubt it, Paul. I mean, quit finding reasons to not
No, I
believe.
was like, I just wanted to show everybody like,
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
those are the marks.
that is really pretty cool. Like,
Yeah. Now your
again,
beard's
I'm a
gone.
little jealous. I wouldn't mind going to a place like that.
No, me
You
neither.
know, when
Yeah.
you get taken up, you should be healed. You know, I ain't referring to somebody else. You know.
Yeah, we don't. So, but
Well,
I've
man, if they want to heal me, I'm all for it.
yeah.
This is really getting old.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what Mikey L told you the other night? He said you have to ask.
Okay, I'll
Will you please heal me?
yeah. Plus, I
Will you
really
please
haven't.
heal the entire planet?
I
Please.
don't know that I've actually. I don't think about that when I'm talking to them.
Yeah. Well, because you're thinking about asking about other people and other things. You're not thinking about yourself.
Yeah.
So we all know that it
Much as
starts
I
with
talk
us.
about my pain to you guys, I ought to talk about it to them.
Well,
Right.
You see, that's the thing. When I was taken up, I said nothing about the pain the entire time. They were just laughing and talking to me and cracking jokes and stuff. We were all like, and they were like cheering me on and like happy to see me. Kind of like I've known them for thousands of years or something. And you know, they treated me like a king.
well, and there's a lot
No
to be
place
said
like home.
for like Tina said about her mom being her outer reflecting her inner. If you feel joy, you feel happy, and you, no matter your circumstances, if you reconcile that and stay happy inside and positive, it reflects in your outer.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I know that
Um,
now that I'm able to
Oh, I have to
meditate
take the dog
longer.
out. You guys can be in control.
I know that now that I'm meditating
What?
longer and deeper, I do look
What do you want,
younger,
buddy?
you know. And
I, oh, I'm sorry, honey.
I've heard a lot of the other healers talk about how they've, the more they meditate, the longer they've been on their spiritual journey, the younger they look.
Huh.
And I know I see it in Loretta for sure,
Yeah.
I do too.
you know. And I think it's spirituality with Sam. She was saying
Yeah.
that the last 5 years, she feels like she's taken about 10 years off her looks.
Wow.
So, and she's already young and pretty, but still,
She, she has such beautiful eyes.
she does.
Yeah, she does. And you
She's
know,
got really
to
big.
me,
Oh,
she seems more joyful now.
Yes, yeah.
She really seems joyful.
Well, I think that the whole group together, those the Dreaming Women, I think, coming to the conclusion that we were pinning all of our hopes on outcomes, and we have to release the outcomes. We have to
Right.
release the rigidity of wanting timing and wanting certain results. We have to just release it, surrender it, and let them take over. And that's what we've been having trouble doing.
Yeah,
So I
because
think
we
that
always want to pull it back.
Well, we want a time frame, and we grew up in an era where if we want something, we want it right now.
That's true.
Well,
I just said that today. I say the creator. I say God is love. So I don't know when I'm talking to people how to say it, but I just asked today to continue to give me the eternity mindset
hmm
to let go of what's happening and just stay in the now moment. And the eternity mindset for me does when I think that because if I start to think about time, it I also ask that it doesn't exist for me, that it's not my issue, it's not my area, that my now moment is where I want to stay. And I just read something today or yesterday, and this is how much pain, trauma, pain I'm in my heart space, that it's difficult for me to bring it up right now. Um, but it's about the process. I'm lost. I got to back out. I'm gonna just y'all continue to stand in. I know y'all are. I love y'all. I'm asking. Thank you. It's
we're
rough right
good.
now. It's a
We're all
lot of
good.
energy right now. A lot of heavy energy.
Yeah. Well, is there some way we can help you with that burden?
I'm
Can
just I'm talking here. I wasn't gonna get on a panel, but I love River Blues, and she said about it, and I thought, this will do me good to keep me focused. I was in a dream state this morning, so it must have been happening in the spirit world last night. But I was in a dream state this morning, and my daughter's here now, and her schedule is eradicated, and so that's my word these days. And she got up at 6 to take the dogs out, and she put one of the dogs back in the kennel because she has to separate them because one of them is in season, and they're boy girl, and to take the other one out. And when she did, she gave the dog the bone, and the dog was scratching on the bone, and it was unbeknownst to me because I was asleep. But I don't. She woke me up to tell me that she was doing that with the dogs, and if I wanted some breakfast, and I said no. So that was my sleep broken, and then I went back to sleep, and then I woke up to the dog scratching the bone when I was in the middle of a dream that I was process. You know how when you're in there and you're working things out in your deep subconscious,
hmm
that's where I was, and I got woke up in the middle of it, and I it was I liken it to, I guess I can't say that word on here, but like an addict that don't get their fix.
hmm
That's how it feels right now. It feels like I did not get to finish working out that part in my nervous system that needed that REM sleep to do that, and it threw me off completely. I haven't done anything I needed to do. I haven't been able to get out of the bed. I'm just a mess from that.
Hmm.
And I'm nervous about it happening again, which then tells me about the time to stay away from thinking about time and that it's going to happen again tomorrow or the next day, or how's it going to get organized, or because I have no control over somebody else, and it's difficult in your own house when you don't have control
Yeah.
over your time, your rest, your anything. And because of it, wouldn't be a big deal if I was a healthy individual, and I am getting there, and I was, and the whole thing, but I really suffered a lot of trauma, and I'm working on healing it, and I'm an overcomer. I'm not saying I'm not, but I'm in the middle of it.
You can follow me to the other side. Follow me to the other side. How you doing, buddy?
We'll send you lots of
I'll be right back. I can
we're gonna
fix my
send you lots
connection.
of
I'll be right back.
we'll send you lots of healing energy
Thank you.
Yes, we will.
to help you work through that. But again, it's their timing. It's not ours, and we can't control. I told people all my life, control is an illusion. There is no control. We don't control anything. We can pretend that we do and maybe get anxious that we're not, but there just isn't any control. We're just here and things are happening for us, and you'll get back into that rhythm when spirit thinks it's time for you to do so.
That's what that's what and I love that you said that, to reiterate that, because that's what I know.
Mhm.
Um, Being in it, I call it the pain bubble. When I'm in a pain bubble and it's an energetic center that's having to pass through my body, like a contraction, like giving birth,
Mhm.
and taking all these things into consideration. When that brings it up, what I would do to self sabotage before is when I would go into when something would get me upset about something, it would bring up other things, and then I would want to act on that, like call so and so and let them know about this and that. And that actually did happen a while ago. Something came up random. Like I checked an old phone because I deleted the TikTok app, so I had to use my old phone that I had it loaded on. And when I did, I found a message, and it sent a video of something that happened a couple of years ago to one of my vehicles from a family member, and I was just so like, I can't even believe I didn't see that video. They blew this car up. Okay, it's kind of funny in one way. Another day for that story, but it just reminded me of the betrayal, and it reminded me of all of that mattered though. So I actually made a text about it because we had a group text. One of my sons left the group text. He don't want to hear it, and I really was just like, I really just don't care because I'm so done with not saying anything. But then whenever I was doing it, I still realized I wasn't saying everything that I could have said in that dynamic, and that's kind of like passive aggressive in one
Mhm.
way, which I never have been that way. I always was like, tell I will just tell you straight out,
Mhm.
everything. And so I was trying to not do that anymore, and then I got to where I wouldn't say anything.
Yeah.
So now I'm like teeter tottering with that area of saying a little bit and not saying a little bit, and I'm always the clown. I'm always the happy one. I'm always the one doing it. I want to, like you were saying about your daughter, honey. I
Mhm.
love that you said that, but I missed the part about what turned her back to good, because I don't know that she was eradicated the way I was in my nervous system, but I couldn't even sing. My joy was
Yeah.
taken so much, and I really thought that God hated me.
Mhm.
And I look, my mirroring from my childhood was that way, and I know in my adult mind that that's not true, but the feelings on the inside of myself, if I don't allow my mind, if my mind while I'm feeling those pain bubbles doesn't say God is love, God is love, God is love, you'll get through this is happening for me, and all those things, I know, I'm convinced that that's how people perish. They
Mhm.
convince themselves that when their hearts are tightening down from the pain or what they're going through in their nervous system, that they'll tell themselves negative things like they don't want to be here or stuff like
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
And that's what takes it that way. So I know that I'm standing in, and I know that I'm alchemizing. I know I'm transmuting. I know all of this stuff. And I really am grateful that I got to hear that story when I logged on, because I was smiling and laughing because his heart is so pure, Paul.
Hmm. Hmm.
And that's exactly the state of being that I believe everyone should be in at all times.
Well,
That feel
this has been a journey for Paul. Trust me. This has been a journey for him. He's slowly finding his joy and his childlikeness. This is not. This is something that he's really had to work hard to get to, and I applaud him for all the work that he's done over these last years to get to where he is. And this is something that we've all been telling him, that he needs to find his child. His inner child is and was extremely wounded, and he's overcome so much to be where he is.
it
It's
sounds like it. That's good. Awesome.
he himself is an inspiration, honestly. You
Yeah,
know.
that
Yes,
sounds like a
he
major
is.
breakthrough.
Mm. But yeah, Lindsay Ann was at a point where she was doubting and saying, all the she was doubting God and doubting love and doubting herself, obviously. And what she was like, what did I do? What made this happen to me? What did I do to make this happen? And no matter how many times I told her she didn't do it and God didn't do it to her, she had to experience what she experienced in order to understand what God was trying to tell her, is that, you lost your joy and here it is. You found it and you're going to take it and use it to make things better from here on out. Or you can go back to the way you were and you can worry and fret and be anxious and anguished and feel abandoned. So she made that decision and she moved forward, which is propelled her to where she is today, and started her on an ability. It took her 2.5 years to rebuild, and I know that she went through a lot, and 2.5 years in some ways doesn't seem that long, but in your young life, 2.5 years is a long time to hide in your mom and dad's upstairs apartment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my daughter's in the same spot right now.
And
And I went through it. I went through it as a young adult, and I had kids, children, young, and it was crazy. But yeah, I
she
know
had
what
her daughter was about 4 at the time, and so of course it was a bonus to me because
yeah, you're right.
hey, the grandkids right here, and so we spent a lot of time together when I was still working at the time, but as much time as I could, I spent with her so Lindsay Ann could do what she needed to do to try to heal herself and try to get better. Um, and it nearly killed me when they moved out. It was horrible. And Laura keeps saying she wants to come home. She thinks this is her home.
That's
You know,
right. My granddog right now, when they were up here when she was a puppy,
yeah.
and they moved away back to Louisiana, and then they came back. They're back now, but this was her home, and she loves it and missed it. But boy, to have the grandbaby, I don't even know. That's awesome.
Yeah, I have 3 that live here in town, and now Lindsay Ann lives a couple hours away, and she's had another since then. So I have 2 that live away, and it's hard. I miss them.
And see
Yeah,
how my dog was sleeping?
he looks happy. That's pretty cool.
Right?
So is it cold there, Paul?
No, it was like 67. It's 67 during the day and it's 40 at night.
That's not bad.
Where you live for that weather?
North Carolina,
I know.
in the mountains.
Nice.
Well, I was a little disappointed this morning. We've had really warm days the last 2 or 3 days, and this today was colder, and I wasn't prepared to be cold again. But I had my 2 hour massage yesterday.
How was it?
It was beautiful. It was wonderful.
Oh, good.
She's so good at what she does, and just talking to her always makes me feel. The exchange of energy with her is the main part of what happens. You know, and she was bitching at me because I had missed an appointment. It'd been a few weeks, so she was telling me I didn't need to do that. But it's hard. I haven't been wanting to leave the house. I don't want to get dressed. I don't want to go anywhere and look at anybody, talk to anybody.
I've been the same way, honey.
It's
Right?
I just Greg wants me to go hiking tomorrow. He wanted to go to Dinosaur Valley, which is I don't know 2.5 hours away, and just hike all day. And I'm like, no, no.
That doesn't sound fun to me either.
I mean, if it was going to be really pretty like it was yesterday and like 70 something, I might go and sit on a rock somewhere. But I can't imagine going. I just don't want to get up early in the morning and drive and be away from home all day, and I just can't. I mean, and we'll have to talk to people. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
I know exactly what you mean.
That's the reason I think I was anxious for him to come on, and I was afraid he was going to miss it again, like he has been the last couple of Tuesday nights. Because I was like, you guys are the only people I talk to.
Same thing for me.
That's kind of sad, though, isn't it, Diane? I mean,
It's very sad. And then I've been so caught up with Carl's stuff that it's been crazy.
how's your other brother doing? Is he handling it a little bit better?
No, not at all.
Hmm.
And then his wife has gotten so much worse.
With the dementia,
Yeah.
bless his heart.
She doesn't even know how to dress herself anymore.
Hmm.
Is it early onset? Is she young?
Yeah, she's young. Well, her early 60s.
You know, I don't say this in any way to make you feel any certain way. I'm just saying with early onset, once they reach that point, the rest is pretty rapid.
Well, and for her and him, I'm really, because I don't know how much more he can handle.
Right.
And I see him going down. But one good thing, he quit drinking.
Oh, that is good.
And I was really worried about him.
Yeah. Well,
Well, that's good.
there's good and bad things for what I just told you. I mean, it's a really good thing that it's not going to be that much longer for her and
Right.
and him as well. But you'll have to pay attention because he'll feel guilty.
Yeah.
Because he's going to feel guilty because he resents her in some ways that he doesn't even understand. He gets impatient and feels frustrated, and then he's mad at himself for feeling that way.
Right.
It, and then he's going to feel very relieved, and then he's going to think he's some kind of a horrible person because he feels relieved. And you're just going to have to really spend a lot of time probably, telling him that those are all very normal feelings.
Right.
And One thing I noticed working with people in late stage dementia is that you can develop a way to communicate. They are spiritually able to communicate with you. And so you could probably talk to her, Diane.
Yeah, and I do.
You know, she could probably talk back and make sense in your head. I mean, and then sometimes they would literally turn their head and look at me and just speak complete sentences for 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, you know what worries me, and Ruth and I were discussing it today, was Steve seems to be losing it too.
Right. He's isolated. That's why. His whole world has drawn down into a bubble of just taking care of her and trying to get through the day. So he's isolated, and that makes you less social, which reduces your mental load. You know, and so when your brain's not engaged with various activities, when you just have the same thing over and over and over every day, you begin to break down.
So you think that's all it is with him?
Yeah, yeah. He just
Maybe
Because
that's my problem.
he needs to get out. I mean, if there's any way at all that, I know that she has trouble letting him out of her sight, and he probably feels terribly guilty when you force him to leave her, and he sees how she reacts. But it would be really much better for him if he had somebody, even if it's not you and Ruth, if it's like a caregiver who, because communities provide free help in many instances where people can come and sit for a couple of hours, and then he could just go to the store or just go take a walk in the park, or just get out of the house, go work around the house outside, something to get him out of his routine.
well, she won't let anybody but me or Ruth do that.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that she was very yeah, that you and Ruth were the only ones that she would allow. And then
Hmm.
and then he feels guilty because she's pitching a fit because he's leaving. And I mean, I just saw it so much. I saw it happen to people over and over and over, and I can tell you exactly how he's feeling.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Now, they did their wills today.
Were they?
So,
Was she able to participate?
no. I mean, not really. She does what Steve says.
Yeah.
And Ruth actually went with them. And Ruth answered 99% of the questions because, I mean, that's just the shape that everything's gotten.
But they went ahead and documented it anyway,
Yeah,
notarized everything.
yeah, they went ahead and got everything done.
That's good. I mean,
Well, this place we live in, there's only 1,500 people in the county.
yeah.
So we've known this guy forever. And
So he knows.
yeah,
And that's a very good thing because in some of the bigger cities, they would not have allowed that notary because of her mental
hmm,
condition. People wait too late. They wait. They wait until it's impossible, and unfortunately, that's why I tell everybody: get it done, get it all done, get it over with, get it off your plate. Don't work. Don't wait for anything.
That's the
well,
tough one for me, is pending that belief in perishing.
right.
Because, well, what I went through, if I believed in perishing, I would have written a letter to LSU to take my body as a test to see what those substances will actually do to a human body. But since I have such a desire to live and overcome it, I have to put my spirit before that. And if my mind has the ability to believe in life and life more abundantly, that's the way I believe the Messiah designed it, then that's where I'm putting my mindset. So the other part to say, if I have doubt that that there's any, like I'm 51%, I'm going to live, 49% I could possibly perish. At least the 51% propels me as a man thinketh, or what you think on grows, or what you set your mind on is what you manifest in your life. That
Right.
and that to me is the same with the perishing or living.
Right.
And so just going through what I went through and having had that happen to come to the realization of this, that this is the pivot point on planet Earth for people to desire to live and happiness and joy and peace and kindness. So I don't know. I used to want to sell insurance and cremation policies and all this other stuff until I went through what I went through, and now I don't believe in perishing. I believe in life and life more abundantly. So
Well,
this is a
I just
difficult
want
conversation.
I just want to know that I know we're all going to go at some point, and we don't know when it's going to be. And I'm just hoping that the
I
last day I'm here
disagree.
is a happy day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I love that part.
Absolutely.
I can't get on the train and be in agreement with you with what you just said. I would say I'm sorry, but sorry, not
No,
sorry.
don't
I
be
just was.
sorry. Don't be. No, I mean, we all
I'm
have
not
our
going to get
own.
in. I've made a decision to not get into agreement with anyone who professes that we're all going to perish. I can't claim that for myself, or I will.
Well,
And
I'm not.
I have no
I'm just
desire to
saying.
perish.
I don't believe I'll perish. I will live on for eternity. I mean, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be an eternal energy. I just know that. I'm just gonna have a lot more adventures than this one, and I think I'm gonna spend a little more time planning my next adventure than I did this one.
It's
Me too.
difficult to be a human being. I know. That's what I came to the realization of. The human vessel is so delicate and has to be treated right and thought right and done right and all of that stuff. So it will decline when it's not that way. And the energetic system that's swirling right now for people to clear out their subconscious and all the things they went through and their traumas so that they can have a mindset of life and life more abundantly. It comes down to the pain that people have to process. That it's so difficult to process the pain that it's preferable to think about perishing to kick off a new something at a later time or when that transition happens than it is to embrace being a human being in the flesh.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna stick around as long as he thinks I'm necessary. As long as my contract. Well, of course, Cryon says that now we've entered into a new era where we don't necessarily have to follow the contract anymore. We can rewrite it every day if we choose.
I like that.
And so that's what I've been trying to do is rewrite the contract every day, every morning when I wake up. I write a new contract and try to put that one into place. We're switching timelines all the time, and it's been really rapid lately. Um,
Yeah, it has been.
I feel it. I can feel the shift when we shift into a different timeline as a whole, as a collective.
Right.
We just
That
keep,
must be what's happening right now.
yeah, we're all shifting so rapidly. And, there's people, of course, that aren't. They're still lost in their 3D density, and they're having a lot of difficulty with the changes that they see around themselves. They want it to stay the same, 3D, because that's where they're comfortable. But again, that, maybe the contract they made and they're sticking to it.
Well, and people don't like change.
Uh-uh. No.
They're comfortable with what they're comfortable with.
Right. And then they want
Right.
everybody else to fit into their mold.
Right.
because then that makes their comfort zone tighter. You know, it's okay.
Yeah.
We're all gonna get through all of this, but I'm not going hiking tomorrow.
Well, I don't blame you.
I know. I couldn't believe he asked me. But anyway,
Hiking's not my thing.
he keeps trying. Bless his heart. Give him credit. He keeps trying.
Get him kudos.
Yes, but I don't know. We've been working on the kitchen.
I was going to ask you how it's going.
So far, I was in the back family room in my chair, and I had gone into a very deep sleep. I had been listening to something, and I guess fell out into a very deep dream state. And it's kind of like what you were talking about. I got ripped out of my dream state because he's working on taking all the
Cabinets.
he's stripping them, and so he puts the stuff on there, and then he scrapes them all off, and then he uses his big dry vacuum to suck it all up. And when he turns that thing on, it comes on like it's an explosion in the house. And it's right next to me where I was. It's maybe 15 feet away from where I was. He turned that sucker on, and it ripped me right out of my dream. And I was like, what? Stop. I mean, and then and I couldn't get back into any kind of a semblance of order after that.
Oh, that's miserable.
So I know exactly what you were talking about when you said you were ripped out of your dream state this morning, that threw your whole day into some type of way. But I don't know. I just didn't feel like doing anything today. I'm tired of cleaning out cabinets and rearranging dishes and pots and pans and cleaning out closets.
Oh my God, that's a lot of work.
Oh, I'm tired of it. I mean, it's nice when it's finished because it looks so nice. It looks so nice and neat when you finish up the job. But it's such a mess to work through it. Anyway, are you asleep, River?
I don't know. I wasn't feeling very good, and I kind of like I had heartburn or something, so I sat up, and I'm in my sitting up and rocking in the bed.
Oh. Well, listen to that video I sent you on Susan Lynn about.
Yeah, I was about halfway through it when
It's fascinating what she talked about today. She talked about how we all exist in so many different timelines, and we have all these alternate lives that we're living all around ourselves.
yeah.
Sometimes we slip off into them and don't understand what's going on. It was
wow.
weird. And then she was saying also how we kind of fall back into past life memories that confuse us.
Yeah.
It was real fascinating. It was about an hour long, but it was just, I hadn't heard her talk about alternate. I've heard other people talk about it.
Yeah.
We're all living, alternate timelines all the time, and that just freaks your head out.
Well, it's just, I've heard people's stories where they woke up in a whole different life.
Me
I've had that
too.
happen once.
And that freaks me out.
And
I had. Didn't I tell you that story once?
No, tell
about No, not that I recall.
I thought I said that.
That you were in a different reality?
Yeah.
No, I don't recall that.
All right.
Honey, do you?
No, he's. I don't think he's told us that story before. I don't. If he did, I don't remember it. And that
See,
was
none
A
of us
while
did.
ago, a while ago, I was about, was she about 19? Um, it's like the second girl I've ever loved. I moved to another town and I was working 3 jobs. Busted my ass all the time. I was just working all the time. Maybe got 2 hours of sleep. And I met this girl. I went to a pool hall, met this girl named was Sarah. We got together. You know, she's a very spiritual person. And she wanted to go live in a sanctuary. Amazing. Uh, so, and it seemed like a really cool idea. And I didn't mind it, you know.
What?
A sanctuary. Which, you know, which where
Yeah.
you get to live out in the wilderness with a group of people and you have your own community away from everybody. To do that. And I'm like, I was all
Right.
cool with that. Kind of like the Amish kind of thing. And I wanted to do that. And, but the problem was I was working 3 jobs and she wanted me to move to her dad's house. And I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to have her dad or her family have to pay for me because, you know, I'm a grown ass man. I don't want them to pay for me. And I didn't want to have to quit my three jobs. And because it was like 45 miles and I or to 100 miles to drive back and forth every day. And I was like, that would be too much money. So one night we would come back from my house, driving her dad's house. And, you know, she just kept harping on it. She's like, and I'm trying to drive. It's rainy, and I'm trying to drive and focus on the road. And her name was Sarah, and we were going down the road, and I'm like, I don't think it's a good idea to just either drop my 3 jobs and just go there, and then I'll have to, you know, I don't want to feel like I'm obligated because your dad and your mom is paying for me to live there, you know, all that kind of stuff, and I don't want them to have to support me. I want to support myself, my wife, and my kid or girlfriend at the time, and I don't want to do that. She goes, well, don't worry, it's just going to be 3 weeks. And I go, yeah, in 3 weeks will turn to 2 months, and 2 months will turn to 3 years, and you know, no, I don't want to do all that. I just want to, we'll keep working here, and then, you know, when it's time to go, we'll go. She got really heated. She got really furious with me. She's like, you don't like my dad, blah, 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 and, you know, she got really hypersensitive and slapped me in the face. Now I'm going down the road about 65 miles an hour, and she slapped me in the face. So one thing led to another, and I smashed a tree. Both of them got impaled, and I was watching that. It was something like in a horror movie, and I passed out because I had too much blood loss in my head because I had smashed the steering wheel, and I was out cold. I woke as soon as I passed out from I was in the accident, and the last thing I remember was I was in the accident, and then I was gone. I opened up my eyes, and I'm a baby, and I had a whole life on the other planet, on this other world, where this world was kind of like, uh, it looked like kind of like a Game of Thrones Renaissance era kind of place, and I was the prince, and I my dad was the king, and he was trying to teach me how to use a sword and a bow and all that, and how to horseback ride. My dad got um, attacked and unalive during the battle, one of the battles when I was older. And I had become king. I had a whole life there. I had kids, grandkids, and stuff like that. And then when I passed out, when I passed on over there, I woke up and I was in the hospital bed here, and it took me like 3, 4 months to cope about me being back here because I could have swore that I was over there, and it kind of freaked me out. And I'm like, and when I woke up to her dad and brother, choking me and trying to eliminate me because of what happened to their daughter. But it wasn't my fault because she slapped me when I was driving. So it took me 3 months to get over all that, being back into another reality that I didn't even know existed. And it tripped me out because I thought I was still in another world. I thought I just went to sleep, and I wake up. I'm in a modern era, and I'm like, what, huh? It tripped me out,
I bet
and
it
that was what
would.
happened. Yeah, and then I had to get over the loss of my daughter and my fiance at the time too.
I
So it took me
remember,
like 3 or 4 months to get over that.
I remember that story now. I had forgotten about it. That's really bizarre. And it sounds like some of those stories that you read about people who they something happens, they have some kind of an accident or something or illness, and they end up living a whole nother life somewhere else, and then they're brought back here and they lose what they had over there, and then they have to go into mourning for what they lost, which is really bizarre.
I was in a coma for 3 months, and I spent the whole lifetime over there. I was like about 120.
Uh, it's pretty wild.
Well, when I was growing up, I had this dream that I was in the wrong family, and I had it constantly. And I dreamed that I was a little boy named Alan, that I was in the wrong family. So, I mean, now I know that I was kidnapped and sold to these rich people. But
So there was a past life, Diane?
yeah, and it was bleeding
What
over into my life here.
Hmm. So you
What would
needed
you
to
like to
what?
know, Tina, about dragons?
Huh?
What about the colors of them and the meanings?
Of dragons?
Yeah. Just really
Um.
whatever you know that you could tell me is interesting.
Oh, I know a lot about dragons because my space being is a dragon, and he's a dragon god from another universe, and he came to this universe, and yeah. Well, There's three different kinds generally of dragons. You've got your interdimensional dragons, your celestial dragons, your galactic dragons, and you've got your planetary dragons. Um, Mostly, a color represents the dragon's abilities. If they're pure dragons, and each color represents an ability they have. Like gold would represent nobility, pureness, basically a combination of all of the abilities. Um, Now white is more of a healing kind of more divine healing. You know what I'm saying? Like holy and holy cure or something like that. Something divine, like flower of life or something like that. Now, a green dragon, there's several different kinds of green dragons. Some green dragons can represent swampy area, that kind of thing, or they can represent herbal healing and or healing earth magic. Brown is basically um, earth magic in general. Like they would have magics like um, earthquake, tremor, stuff like that. You know, red is mostly like fire. But if it's dark, dark red, it could be like a lava or it could be a blood dragon. Um, and they have that kind there too. And then there's purple. Purple is more of a purple and black is more of a nightmare dragon. And then you have a dream dragons, which are like purplish. Nightmare is more like black. Pink is about love. And um, does that help you?
The blue is like watery, right?
Yes, blue is more like water, and if it's like a bluish white, it's more like ice. There's some of them are rainbow dragons. When you've got rainbow, they're a combination of they're like the second powerful dragon besides a golden dragon because they've got a combination of all of the abilities, just not as strong as the gold. Usually, the gold represents a king or some kind of nobility.
I was going to tell you something real quick. You said last week that you saw a rainbow around me, and I was
Yeah.
thinking might be my friend, but my friend came to me and I asked her if that was her, and she said no. And so, like the very next day, the first thing that came up on my phone was a video about the rainbow ascension.
Ah,
And I was wondering what you thought about that.
that's. I think that's the first wave, ain't it?
Yes. Isn't that what you've
Sounds
told
like the
me?
first. Uh huh.
Yeah.
White, green, and gold. Okay, gold is no. If it's not completely gold, it's got some gold, so it's probably got some nobility bloodline in it. Green. It depends if it's dark green or light green. If it's dark green, then it's more of a earthy, swampy kind of dragon. If it's light green, it's more of a healing Gaia dragon. White is usually means holy and pure, divine, divinity. And a lot
I'm
of
gonna
people
have to
think that
draw it.
dragons. A lot of people think a lot of dragons have wings. They don't. There is some dragons that walk on that don't have wings at all, and they look like giant turtles. There's more. There's so many dragons out there. There's wyverns. There's the English kind of looking dragons. You've got those serpentine dragons. You've got all kinds. But yours
What
seems
about the
more
first
of
wave?
a the first wave of people that are going to be taken up is going to be the Christians, the angelics are going to be taken up, and whenever the ascension happens, that's going to be whenever he comes through like a thief in the night and all that stuff. We all heard that story, and when your human body is on the earth, it's gonna as soon as your body is lifting up in the sky, it's gonna transmute itself into an energy being. You're gonna transform all your body is gonna leave its fleshly self. Your body's just gonna turn into just an energy, and you're gonna be like teleported right up into whatever route dimension that the divine is. That's gonna be the ascension, the first ascension, and that's basically for the Christians and the angelics and those kind of people. And then the second one is going to be
I think I'm
it's going to be an
offended by
ascension.
that, calling us those kind of people.
Not fairies, not Palladians.
Well, and then like the second wave is more going to be more of they're going to be more like the ships are going to come down and they're just going to be teleported up. Again, their bodies is going to be transmuted and it's going to be an energy being. And then a third ascension is later on because there is a group of there is a group of Christians and there's a group of um, spatial beings that will be left on the planet to round up the rest of the strays and the lost, and they're going to be taken up on the third wave.
Do you think that's where we are right now?
No. Well, we're more right now. We're not. We're leading up to the first wave. That first wave, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen within 2029.
Okay.
Because if you look at how did I figure it out before that is a 7 year span of tribulation. So if it's 7 years and you go back to what was it? Back into 2020, a lot of people say that the Earth went into a phase where everything seemed like it passed on, and that's the same time the Mayan clock stopped. So if you go 2023, sorry, was it 2023? Somewhere around there, I don't remember.
I think
Well,
it was.
it's 7 years of tribulation.
2023. Yes, I think it was 2023. I just got finished doing the math about that. No reason except for what I went through and know in the timeline that I believe it's 2023. There you have it.
Because as we're going on, if you look at the world today, you look at through many cultures and many biblical statements, it states that there's going to be 7 years of tribulation. And in the birth pains of tribulation, you're going to have what's happening right now. It's not going to get too worse. And if the ascension would have already happened, if the ascension already happened, we would know who the Antichrist is, but we don't. Or the one who's supposed to be leading it. We don't know any of that. We're not ever going to know that. If you're in the first and second ascension, and even the third ascension, is not really going to know who the Antichrist is. The Antichrist is not going to reveal himself when Christians are on the planet. All the Christians have to be. Everybody has to be ascended before he actually fully announces, "Hey, I'm the Antichrist. I'm this, and that." He could be in power, but he's not going to say who he is. Is that understandable?
Yes.
And so right now, if the Antichrist is not in power, then he's probably going to be there at when's the next election? 2029. And I think I know who it is, but I'm waiting. I think I know who it is. Because he
Who do
creeps
you
me out
think
every
it
time I
is?
see him.
Who do you think it is?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think it's his son, Baron.
I've heard that too. I
Because
don't
the
think
way he looks, there's something about him that irks me. I don't know what it is.
he looks reptilian to me. I don't know why.
You talking about Trump?
Yeah, the
His
kid.
son? Okay.
Darren does.
Yeah, Baron.
There's something about him, and I seen something that he whispered to Biden the other day, and I'm like, oh, he did not. Biden looked scared when Barron whispered to him.
You could see it on his face.
Yeah,
How do you spell his name? Barron.
Barron.
Gotcha.
and if you're
I didn't
looking at
see it.
history, Barron Trump, I think is also a time traveler because there was a story back in what the 1900s or 1800s about a Barron Trump.
Yep. They've been digging all that up lately.
He's tall, huh?
He
Yeah,
is
he's
tall.
really tall.
Oh my gosh.
He's so tall.
He's
He's
like
close
2 feet taller than his parents.
He's close to 7 foot, I think. He may be 7'1", somewhere around in there.
Oh my gosh. So what are the characteristics of the Of the Antichrist, then.
reptilians.
No, of the Antichrist.
Oh.
The
What are the
Antichrist
characteristics?
he's going to be a powerful person. He's going to have money backing him. He's very devious, but he's going to play the good guy. I'm here to help you. I'm this, I'm that, but he's really not at all. He's just doing it for show. But when you least expect it, when a lot of Christians will know who he is just by his energy, right? But he will not announce who he is until after the ascension.
There's going to be a lot of them that are going to be deceived, and they're going
Yeah.
to miss their ascension because of it.
Right.
Right.
And that's where the third ascension comes in, where we pick up the lost scragglers.
Yeah. But it's going to be a little while yet.
But there's just something with that boy. I don't know what it is. He reminds me of the Omen kid.
Uh-huh.
He does. He so reminds me of the Omen. I look at him and I say,
Okay.
Omen.
He kind of looks devoid of emotion.
Yeah, he doesn't have no emotion. He stands there like a roll. It's creepy.
Well, think about the upbringing he's had. Good Lord.
And he could be really shy too.
Or also,
They change his backpack every day.
he changes
I
back.
don't know.
Is that what
Yeah.
you-
Didn't you hear about that story? That
No.
every day he changes his backpack.
Why?
I don't know why. I don't know.
Huh. Well, I know they make him wear a bulletproof vest.
Well, yeah. I think he's gonna be the trouble. I honestly do.
Well, I've heard several theories about all that thing.
I
But
mean,
we all still have free will. We all still
right.
change the energies if we use our free will to direct it in that area, in that way.
Right, Ashley? Oh no, not the backpack.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, that's his mother say so. She's the one who. He don't have no say so. It's all about her. She's like, I don't want him to wear the same backpack. So every time he's been shown, he wears a different one because of her. And the reason why she hit her eyes the other day is she didn't want to take any attention off what's face.
Oh yeah, right.
And I'm not really into politics, and I could care less about any of them. But the only reason why I watch it occasionally is because it's part of our world, you know. But I did notice something else that I talked about. Remember, I talked about those pregnancy droids and stuff like that.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, guess who Trump put in off on his people he's going to be working with? A couple biotech engineers and Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is doing them AI robots.
Right.
So there's going to be your SEX robots. And the reason why they're doing that is because humans don't want to mate with each other no more. And they need to repopulate the planet, so they're going to use them instead.
That's the mark.
But
of the
again,
beast.
that's probably about control. Huh?
That's definitely the mark of the beast. One of the aspects of the mark of the beast.
Yeah, I see how they're going to do it too. I actually know how they're going to do it. That's a weird thing. I don't know how I know, but I know.
I saw a video on that, after you talked about it on here one night. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And then I saw a video on it and I was like, ooh, maybe it was you that sent it to me. That was like gross. Really,
And
really
well,
disturbing.
this is what I don't know how I know this, but you know how they're doing they're messing with clones, right?
Mm, mm,
What they're doing is they're making these clones. They're taking this biotech engineer and they're basically turning these clones into I don't want to say kind of like a synthetic more and they're going to put AI in them. And what happens is there's a place in in their belly instead of it's where if a man sleeps with a woman a female robot that the fluids are going to go up into the belly into a vial and it's going to be stored there until all the vials are filled. And when the vials are filled, they're going to take those vials and bring them to the clinic to pay off for their robot or additions to the robot or different skins or
Oh
whatever you
my
want.
gosh, you know what that
Yeah,
means? That means
yeah.
they're creating children to use for what they doing that shit with over there.
Uh
Oh
huh.
my
And
gosh.
and another thing too, that's part of it. And now that's for the men if they're messing with the female robot. Now saying the woman doesn't want to have a man in her life, but she wants to have a baby and she don't want to adopt. She wants something like that. So they take some of that men fluid, and she buys a man robot. She would purchase that fluid, put it into her robot, and things happen, and it would go in there, and it would accelerate life for her.
Jeez and Pete.
So she could be producing the baby because a lot of women don't want to have contact with men, but they still want a child, and men don't want to contact with women because too much of a nuisance. Kind of both ways. So they're going to hit up on both sides.
Man, hey.
Yeah,
Isn't
it's
that how?
whacked.
Isn't that how the Greys lost their humanity?
Wait, tell me about that. Tell me about that.
The Greys lost their humanity because they were trying to evolve humans. They were evolving themselves too fast, and what they did is they did what Lucy did. They pushed their evolution too fast. You ever seen Lucy?
Yeah. That's one of my
Yeah, they pushed her.
personalities.
Yeah, Lucy, the movie where she got so advanced, she got so elevated, she became black goo. That's kind of what the Greys are, and the reason why Greys were just kind of like Odo from Deep Space Nine. They were just in a lake, and one of the beings came down and said, "Hey, we'll help you if you work for us." And then they made them those skins, and so they take those skins over and they do work and come to Earth and do their things with humans. And they work for the reptilians, the Zetas, and some of the other races. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. There's good and bad in every one of them.
Mm.
But
Mhm.
yeah,
They're also
I've
using
never
that.
personally,
They're also
I've
thinking
never
about
seen
using
a
it
gray.
for, fighting technology too, where they can
Which
create
one?
this whole thing we're talking about is also to provide um, AI to use and
Yeah.
so that they they have they're less destructible and it doesn't really matter because they're not sentient mostly anyway.
And another thing they're working on, which is this was Bill Gates' thing. Bill, well, um, I probably shouldn't have said his name, but anyway, there's this man that works on this technology, and it gets injected inside of you, and these bots go to certain parts of your body, and they use your ears as a speaker so they can hear what's going on. It's transmitted through the bots, They can look through your eyes if it's attached to the back of your eyes, where they can use your eyes as a camera, and they can see what's going on. And if you don't, and they've also attached to different organs in your body. So if you're not working with them, they can just have that bot end it,
Shut it down.
and so you become unalived. Yeah, and somebody's working on that.
Will you just rewind that just a tad bit? Just not the whole thing, but what did you just say about that?
A couple years ago, somebody was making some technology. We'll call them bots, and I ain't saying his name because
I remember that part. I got you.
And some people get a jabby jab, and they had these bots in a certain these bots, they go into your system, into your bloodstream, and it goes to certain parts of your body. This is how they know things. Now, these bots are so small they can send signals and transmissions, even though they're small and tiny. Now, if these bots go to the back of your eyeballs, they can transmit what you're seeing to whoever's watching. Now, they can attach to your eardrum, and whatever you're hearing, they can hear it. And they ask attention to your brain too, so when it travels up in your brain, they can have some stop there and see what you're thinking. Then there's other parts where these bots can go on to different parts of your heart, liver, and through your body. And if you say something they don't agree with, they can hit the elimination switch, and that bot goes to work and eliminates the host.
Wow.
And that's somebody's been working on that since 2023.
They've been working on
And
that a
it's
lot longer than that.
it's been stated.
Right. But it's been way longer than that.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
So if anybody wants a anybody wants a card reading at $25, you can donate to my Cash App here. Or if you just want to donate you can just donate to the Cash App and PayPal here. I do card readings. And I do Starseed past life readings, Starseed readings, and I interpret dreams and visions, and I can also, you have a question for the universe, I can also answer that. See if they'll answer you back. That's what I do. That's all
I
free.
have enjoyed this, y'all. Thank you, and see y'all on the flip side for sure, dude. I'll be tuning back in, Brim. Thank you, Miss Honey. You're
Oh, you're
a
welcome.
joy,
Well,
and it
thank
was
you. I
really
enjoyed it.
nice to meet you, and I appreciate you.
Enjoyed it very much.
Oh, thank you.
It was nice meeting you.
It was an honor.
Oh, are you feeling better, Suzanne? I think she's gummied out.
Yeah. She got me out.
What, baby?
Say what?
I was checking on you to see if you'd gummied out yet.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
You said you
Oh
took
my
I've
your
had a
God.
couple.
Right.
What?
You said
What?
Huh?
you took a couple, so I wondered if you had gummied out.
Well,
You're mellow.
Yeah, she did.
I feel all right. It doesn't bother me as much.
That's
Oh yeah, she is. You can tell.
Good.
She's in gummy land.
It's okay.
She's over there thinking, I'm a gummy bear in a gummy world.
Mhm.
I don't know. We need some of those Cheech and Chong gummies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I got plenty of that. Even in Texas, they make those Delta 8s, you know. My my friend that does my massages, she because she no longer has to be in the public eye. She retreated probably 15 years ago, maybe more, into her private practice at adjacent to her home. So she doesn't have to go out in the public anymore and doesn't have to worry about anything like that. And she just stays in the zone.
Well, that's cool.
Hmm.
If she can do it, that's the best way to do it.
I kissed her on the forehead. Not this time, but the last time I went to see her, I kissed her on the forehead before I went home. And I was only 3 miles down the road when I started feeling it.
Oh,
I'm like, really, girl? I think that's a little much. I texted her after I got home and told her thanks. But
I
right.
can't manifest anything. I can't manifest anything anymore because I don't have no manifesting hands.
oh, you don't have any manifesting hands. Let me see what I got.
I can't manifest anything.
You're so pathetic.
Well, that's really sad.
I know, right?
You're so pitiful.
I sent
know.
you the star.
I know. I love the star. It made me go yeet.
They were pretty cool.
That was awesome. I love that one. That's kind of cool. Of course, the coins up on TikTok are freaking getting monotonous. I guess nobody's buying them or nothing anymore.
They're too expensive.
There's some kind of website you can go to.
Yeah, that's where Suzanne does hers from.
Or you can just donate to my Cash App.
I was thinking about another collective reading. I sure did like that one we did the other day.
Okay,
Let's do
I
that.
can do that. All right. And what kind? The same ones healing?
That reading was pretty amazing the other night.
I can. You want me to do another healing one?
What do y'all want? What does everybody
Healing
want?
dragon or
Whatever.
starseed?
That's up to you, honey.
Let's do a healing one. The one we did the other night was so amazing.
Alrighty. Let's see.
I think we all.
Plus, I
need
got some funny energy. I got some funny energy today, so why not? I had some humor last night, so you never know what'll come up this time. All right.
Where's Mel?
I don't know. I don't
I
know. I
sent
think she do.
invites.
I have two.
I don't know.
Is Brenda still here? I haven't seen her.
I don't know. I think she left.
I'll send her another one. See if we can get a bunch of
Who?
people in here for a good healing session.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine.
Who were y'all asking about?
Brenda.
Brenda.
Yeah, she was here earlier.
I know,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen her.
And Mel.
Yeah, we were asking about Mel.
I haven't seen B neither.
I'll send her another
No,
one.
I
too.
haven't seen Bean or Mel this
Or
live.
Yaya.
No, I haven't seen
Or Bobby.
Yaya in a long time.
Or Bobby.
Well, I see Bobby around.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
What?
I have my eyes closed and I'm shuffling, and I heard bop, 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 boom, boom, boom. Cards dropping out of my hand left and right. Getting quite a pile down there. There's still something in here. Maybe we need more energy from some people in the audience here. Oh, there was one. Any more? Oh, gotta be that one. Any more? Any more? Alright, let's see. How many cards do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ha! 9 cards, and there's 9 people in here.
How
Cool.
funny.
Good. Perfect. Mine says 10. 10
I
people.
see 10 too. Also, I should say.
2 also.
Let's see if there's any more. I think there might be some more in here.
Are you feeling full?
Depends on who. No, it feels like there's something else. There's another 1 or 2 cards here. I don't know.
That need to come out.
There's one. There's. I think it's waiting for somebody. Oh, never mind. Apparently not. Alright. Come on. There has to be one more. There has to be one more. Come on.
Well, I saw that Loretta was online earlier, but she's not online now, so she may not come on.
Alright, let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I haven't seen Trina either. Where's Trina?
Yeah,
I don't know. I said she's probably hanging out with that other guy. She's so wrapped up in him now.
That wasp guy,
Yeah.
That who?
he's weird.
Wasp
That's
man.
weird, man.
He is way too weird for me.
Yeah, me too. I was in there about 5 minutes and it's like, no, this is not my jam.
Okay.
Who is he?
Somebody. Just some guy we know on TikTok. He's a nice guy. Occasionally.
I don't know. I think he's odd.
Well, the first card here is have faith. It's telling somebody to have faith in what you're doing, and This is Honey's card. It's saying have faith in your daughters because they will eventually come around. Your family will eventually come around to listening to you. Even at the greatest time when it's least expected and their greatest time in need, they're going to look to you and show them the good example that you live onto them. And they will understand you more.
I get that. I get that frequently. That advice.
Well,
I
we
try
know
to
who the
hang on to that faith that it's going to happen.
I'm pretty sure it's either for me or somebody else in the boxes here.
Yeah. Well, I know I get that advice quite a bit that it's going to happen, and I'm just trying to hang on to that faith. That's a pretty card.
That's a beautiful card.
Yeah, it's talking about sexuality.
Imagine that.
And it also goes with the next one. I'll just do them both together. Wild sexuality. So somebody's very wild in their sexuality. It's like I'm really seeing it's a cat. It's a cat in a tree watching her prey, and then she's gonna pounce sooner or later.
Hmm.
And it's a woman.
That's funny.
She has an object in mind, and when it says you be a wild and free, be the wild and free person you are, and explore that, but also keep your guard up because you don't want to, put yourself in a trap.
Hmm.
Whoever that's for. But it's a woman. Now, the next one, I think this might be for Maya. Sometimes you just have to let go because it'll be all right. Things happen for a reason and they fall into place. You just got to have that faith that it's going to work out to be like that, you know?
Yep.
And like everybody else, we all need our healing. And this one's saying a group of us, not just, it's showing a lot of people here that a lot of us need that healing. We need to communicate with Gaia. I'm seeing a lot of water and waterfalls. And then I'm seeing a lot of people. I'm seeing people in a field. So those would be the two best places to do some meditation and some healing. And you'll find that not just within your mind, but on earth. Spend more time communing with Gaia because that's going to be your true healing factor. Don't pass all the negative to her. Use her power to empower you to push out the negative and ball it up and throw it back into the universe. And like everything is, and like the circle goes, it's the circle of life. We all are professionally going in a circle. It's us that has to break that cycle and that wheel. And that's where we get our change from. Because we can't change if we don't break the cycle and break the wheel. We have to venture into the unknown and venture and find out who we truly are. Not who we were does not matter anymore. Not recycling the past and living in the past is the past for a reason. You're moving forward. You have no reason to look back. Just take those things from the past, bring them with you, and it'll help you understand and guide people into the future because you had those experiences and you're going to share them with them. And when you share it with them, then they're going to have the understanding of how to deal with it. And you're that one that's going to do that. And we always have to practice the magic and abilities within inside of us because we are the true light. We are the true beacon. And we alone can and do have a voice. You just think that you're one person, but you're not. Your voice is ringing through the centuries and centuries. Your voice will ring on. Through the hearts of many, they will also remember your words because it stays in your DNA. And within another past life, you might not think that you're important, but and when you pass on, you know, 17 generations down the line, someone goes, I had a dream that I was a woman with 1,000 cats in my backyard with Bigfoot. Or the young guy will go, I remember when I had all these health issues and I was talking to a tree in my backyard and I was eating gummies all the time. And see, that's how we do it. That is with the cycle that we live. We learn from our past and we take it with us and we apply it to our lives. That's how we use our magic, the abilities inside of us. And we have dreams. We all have dreams, and the dreams can sometimes take us to another universe, or show you something you need to do, or what you do not need to do. You have to take it with a grain of salt, but you also have to take the knowledge and what resonates with you and apply it to your daily lives. And think about that meaning. Like I helped with Maya earlier today. She had a dream that she was in a war and it was two people struggling. And I helped her with that. And that's the kind of help that we need to understand who we truly are and what our subconscious and our unconscious minds are saying to us. We need an understanding. And with that understanding, we have to use, it comes out in our dreams, or sometimes our magic. And a lot of us, we're very creative because why? Because we're gods. And we don't realize that we're gods. So, what does a god do? A god creates. Women create life every day. You have to unleash your creativity onto the world. No matter if you're a man or woman, we all create. But women are mostly the creators. They can create life. The grandest thing of all, they create the life. Yes, they might need assistance from a man, but they still harbor the creativity, the major part of creation. You can't have one without the other. You need to be joined together with a love and harmony, not dismay and disruption. Because when you unleash that creativity, it shows that your true nature of who you are and what you want to be will come out. And people will see the beautiful work that you do, and they will get the understanding of how their creativity works. You may draw, you might write poems, you might construct a building, you might work a garden, no matter what you're creating, it's going to be in the hearts and minds of everybody that sees it and witnesses it. So unleash that creativity within inside of you. And sometimes, when we're not feeling that, we're feeling sadness. Don't feel sadness for what has happened and what is happening in the future. Don't feel that sadness. That sadness is just part of the cycle. Like I said earlier, like in the pile here, there was a cycle. It's a renewal. We were going to rise up like a phoenix. When you cast out the old and whatever doesn't resonate with you, what happens? You become new. That sadness washes away. When you sit in the sadness, you don't progress. You sit and dwell and you feel bad and sad and helpless. You're not helpless and you have fear. You have to let go of that fear and sadness. It's great to resonate with that for a little bit, but don't dwell in it because it's an experience that we have to learn as humans how to deal with certain situations. It's just part of us evolving. And best of all, the one I lack is patience. Just because the universe is not going to jump when you want it to, it will answer you. And its time frame. Sometimes it doesn't answer you because you don't need that. It'll give you what you need. The universe does not give you anything you cannot handle. It gives you what you can handle. When you say, "Oh, I can't handle this," you can. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been given to you. You can handle it. You need that patience. Patience is a very much a necessity. Just because you ask for that $1 million, they're just not going to hand you that $1 million. You also got to work for that. You're going to try to at least show that you're making an effort to get that $1 million. Show that you're trying to do it. Manifest it. Believe in it. Try to do it as best you can. You don't have the mindset of, "I want this $100 and I'm going to try to get this $100." You're not going to try. Say, "I'm going to get this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to have it." And that's where we need that patience too, because it'll happen, just not when you expect it. Same thing when people try to find love. You're not going to, if you go out looking for love, you're never going to find it. Love will come to you, babe. And the reason why that love will come to you, people will see the light within you, that love, that passion, that unconditional universal love. They'll see that. And when they see that, then they'll be wanting to get closer to that. That's how you'll find your love. You'll never find it. It'll find you.
That goes for you.
I know.
Just,
Now there was a reading.
that was a beautiful reading. Thank you.
See why? I should do these more.
Yes, I agree. When Tina comes back, maybe she can get a dragon reading. She seemed very interested in the dragons.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing a dragon reading.
I know
But
I
yeah,
I know I have a
mhm.
dragon, but I just don't seem that interested in my dragon. Why is that?
Because
It's not
you're not
time.
fully acquainted with it. You're not fully acquainted with it. You're not. You're just not locked on to that.
So I should try to cultivate her more?
hmm
Okay.
When you want a garden, and you want to grow certain things, what are you going to grow in it? What you want, right?
Right.
That's what you're doing. You're only growing what you want, not what you need.
Hmm. Okay.
Does that make a point?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've just always felt so attuned to the angelic and to the earth, to
Right.
growing plants and gardening and working in the yard and,
hmm
you know, envisioning the angels and talking to my angels. And it's just something I've always done. I don't know
And
why.
for me, I'm the opposite. I really can't stand angels. I don't know what it is. I just don't resonate with an angel much. I resonate with dragons and elves and dwarfs and that kind of stuff. But I'm not saying I hate angels or anything like that. I just don't resonate them very well. I mean, I don't mind them. I don't mind, channeling them, talking to them, seeing them, but I'm just not one to. I'm more into dragons, not angels.
Hmm. So
I mean, I
does that mean you're growing only what you want instead of what you need? Maybe that advice could be
exactly.
for all of us.
Yeah,
We should branch
right.
out a little bit.
And that's what that was been my whole time. The whole time I'm saying, and I've been doing these lives is what we need to do. Branch out.
I listen to my angels.
I
When
think
you
it's
just focus on one, when
I
you
think
just focus on one thing, huh?
I just think maybe because you know, Archangel Michael came to me when I was so young.
Right.
And it's just what I got so comfortable with.
And when I was younger, I had the Palladian and dragons coming to me. So, yeah, I mean, I can understand it too, you know? I've had a Palladian woman, and every time it's an angel, I'm like, that ain't no damn angel.
Yeah.
But the things I've never seen a gray. I've never seen a round UFO. I have never seen an angel with wings.
I don't see them with wings either. That's not how I see
I
them.
don't.
I mean, except when I'm looking at pictures of them, I don't see them that way. But I don't know. Well, how do you know they're angels, Tony? Well, because Miguel told me. You know, I
I can
feel,
feel the energy.
I feel him. I can feel him. Like I can lean on him and
Right.
I feel him there. Feel the firmness of.
What
And
do you mean, Greek girl? What does she mean by, what is that word? Uniqueness?
yeah, uniqueness.
Like, how do you want me to explain that?
They're like you did earlier about how they're all so
Okay.
Unique.
they all
In a
mean
minute,
something.
hold on. Mm-hmm.
They mean something different in different ways.
Okay. Hold on. I have a dog staring at me. Go lay down. Stop staring at me. You're creeping me out. Um, there's many kinds of dragons. You have the serpent dragons, you have land dragons, and you have dragons with wings and some without with wings. Some look like wyverns, some look like serpents, some look like big English dragons, and some of them look like giant turtles or big armadillos. Kind of like dinosaurs, you know. And that's another thing we'll get into that. So, um, Earth eventually, when it started out, this planet was called Tiamat. This Tiamat had dragons on here, but they were basically Earth dragons, or Tiamat dragons, planetary dragons, anyway. And you have spatial dragons, you have celestial dragons, you have dimensional dragons, and you have galactic dragons. Each one of them has a certain set of abilities, and they do certain things. Some are good, some are bad. Like anything in the universe, it needs balance. And without that balance, you have chaos. Um, and each one of the dragons, they have certain colors, and what their colors represent is basically the abilities they have. And when you see a gold dragon, it usually is a creator or uh, um, a noble. It's nobility. More of a nobility. Same thing with silver. Silver is more of a nobility too, but just not as high. You have rainbow dragons. You have all kinds of dragons. Um, you even have angelic dragons, and they're called seraphim dragons. And those dragons in the angelic realm, they help the angels. Sometimes they pull their chariots, or they help them in battle, and that's what those do. Each of them have their own thing that they do. Um, my dragon, however, is an interdimensional god. He came from another reality, and he's very noble, and he wants to help this universe and help the people in it, and that's why I talk about him a lot. His name is Brim, and His name is Brim Kuno, and what it means is Brim is free. And I haven't really told anybody about that. If you look it up, it's also from, if I'm right, I can't remember exactly, but I'm thinking that this name is more of the Morai, so more of the Morai group of people, and the Morai were also affiliated with the Atlanteans. If you've done research, then you know that, and that's where Brim comes from. That's where he originated when he first came to Earth. He's been here for years and years. And people said, well, what about dinosaurs? Are dinosaurs really dragons? Well, yes, dinosaurs are dragons. It's just a different perception of it. And a certain kind, kind of like an evolution. You have fire-breathing dragons. Now, was there fire-breathing dragons on the Earth when humans were there? Yes, they were. And how is that possible? They don't breathe fire now. You don't see a Komodo dragon doing it? No. And the reason is because it's a different kind of dinosaur / dragon. And a lot of the dragons didn't really breathe fire at all. What had happened is when they sharpen their teeth, they get rocks within their teeth. And when you belch, you get gas. So what happened is when they're burping, the gas would come out as they're grinding their teeth, which would create the fire. There's your fire-breathing dinosaur dragon. And that's kind of how it came about, where these mythical creatures became this. Because we are, in the Bible, it says that, let us create man in our image and in our likeness. Means that we are creators. So anything that we create in our minds has already happened or has happened or is created or has been created. Nothing we can ever think of does not exist. It has to exist somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a thought in our mind. Because what? We are a fractal of God. We are part of a creation, part of a universe, and part of a universal being. And that is what we are. We are creators. We create every day. What do we create? Some create pain in the ass people. Some create babies. Some create problems. And yes, a lot of times when you have the dragon, a lot of dragons, your dragon will come to you within your psyche, your unconscious, or your dreams. And when I was speaking about your dragon, you have to take the dragon as a sacred thing. A lot of people, when they said, oh, I can do this and I can go pull a dragon, you ain't pulling squat by yourself. Because the only one that can pull a dragon is you. Your dragon, you're the only one. It's part of you. That's like me going and say, honey, I'm going to pull your dragon. That means I'm pulling her energy. I'm taking something that's not mine. I do not have that permission, so I cannot do that. Now, how would Honey find out about her dragon? Honey would find out about her dragon if she goes into her safe space, she calls upon that dragon. And the energy that's inside of her, it'll come out of her in her dream state, her meditation, and it will form, because that dragon takes the form, your energy that you are putting out that more resonates with you, that dragon will form in front of you if you believe in it, because we are humans, we manifest things. If we can use our power and manifest that, then sooner or later, what's going to happen? You're going to manifest that dragon within your mind. And you're going to see that dragon. And that is the most sacred thing. When you see a dragon, it's telling you that it is here for you to guide you. Sometimes you could be, it's a spirit, it's a familiar, a spirit guide. Or sometimes it's telling you it's a dragon rider, or it's yourself. And all of what resonates with you, when you want to commune with that dragon, you take it to a sacred space. No one knows who your dragon is but you. I mean, I could catch a glimpse of it here and there, but I'm not going to know your dragon's name. Your dragon's going to tell you its name. And the only way I can get that permission and find out what your dragon's name is or anything about your dragon is if you give me permission to go in. And I could ask and see if it wants to talk to me or not. If it doesn't, then so be it. It's its free will, because we all have free will an aspect of how our energy is used. And I take dragons very seriously. I know some people think it's a freaking joke, and it's really annoying. Um, I look at them very seriously, and people should take them very seriously. The second most powerful beings in the universe, besides angels, are dragons. Now, does anybody have anything they want to know?
So maybe you should go look for your angel dragon.
Yes.
You.
Um,
I don't really have a dragon. I got a big golden one.
together.
You can have more than one.
I don't want one. I don't want any more. He's enough.
Well, and obviously, I changed the color of my dragon. As when you saw a glimpse of her and told me what color she was, I was like,
Yeah.
and
Thank you for bringing that up. Excuse me for a moment. Now, when you can actually change the shape and the age of your dragon. Now, when you grow in your spirituality, your dragon will get bigger. When you diminish your spirituality into nothing, your dragon will get smaller. Now, how do you change your dragon's abilities? Well, it's all in what you believe in and what you're working on in your mind. If you're saying in your mind, I'm going to try to use empathy. I'm going to use my empathic abilities. Your dragon's most likely going to be coming out white. Then, like later on, you say, "Well, how about I'm going to try to do water magic." You try to do water magic. Now your dragon's going to be blue and white. You understand the concept? That's kind of what goes on. And when you grow, your dragon can grow. It grows with you. It learns with you. You can either shrink it or grow it. Because it's your energy. It's connected to you. It's a bonded energy connection. Okay, back to you, honey.
well, maybe I'll start asking in my dreams and start talking to her more and see if we can't work out a better relationship.
Everybody, not everybody has a dragon, honestly.
I need all the help I can get. And if I have a dragon that's just waiting on me to ask, I'm going to ask.
No, if you see a dragon in your vision, in your dreams, most likely it's your dragon. It's either a familiar, a spirit guide, you,
Yeah.
just trying to tell you a message. My dragon, it sounds like it clearly mirrors your behavior and yes. And that's actually a very interesting dragon, a mirror dragon, because that's what it is. Yours is a mirror dragon. So that tells me your dragon is, if it mirrors your behaviors and mimics your behaviors and personality, it also, again, it's interdimensional. Yours is an interdimensional dragon.
That's cool.
Yes. So if I would seriously, for you, that is really freaking cool. I would go and try to find out about my dragon, because that could open up very different mirrors of portals. And you could be a dimensional dragon or have one working with you. So I would look into that and see. Because mirror dragons are very awesome. They can travel dimensions, realities. Yeah. Now, you're actually the first one I've ever met.
So what does a mirror dragon look like? Does it look like whatever you want it to look like?
It looks like it's kind of like black and silver.
Oh, cool.
Sometimes it could be black with silver dots, but and then when it shakes itself, it could just put up a mirror, and that's how it travels to dimension or reality.
I can see
But that is a cool.
I can see a picture of that in my mind, and that is pretty awesome.
Yeah, see, she said he's silver with clear skin. Silver, definitely silver.
Yeah. Wow.
That is a dimensional dragon. So that tells me, yeah, black spots. Yeah, very dimensional.
What does that mean, Paul?
Huh?
What does that mean, Paul?
What, the dragon?
The-
Yeah, what you were saying about him.
it looks like a mirror.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It
that's
mirrors
gorgeous.
itself, so that, and it also can travel dimensions and go through portals. This is the first time I've ever heard of a mirror. I've seen a mirror dragon around here. That is very impressive. Out of all the years, I've never heard of anybody ever saying mirror dragon. So that is actually a very rare dragon, mirror.
You should come up, Kiki, and tell us about him.
Yeah, please do.
And I think it's a female. There's a lot of female energy with that dragon.
Yeah. That makes me want to go find my dragon. I've been neglecting her.
I don't know what to
I mean,
do
it,
with my dragon.
I mean, it could be a boy, but I'm really feeling female energy with that dragon. Yeah. Then if you feel like your dragon, then that is you. You're seeing yourself. That's kind of how I see Prim.
Wow.
A mirror dragon, that is freaking cool. They're dimensional hoppers. And they actually can open up portals too.
Geeky, why don't you come up on the panel?
Like, if there was ever a dragon war, those are the kind of dragons that they would need for portals. She's a very important, that would be a very important dragon.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe next time, maybe on Thursday, you can come up and tell us about your dragon. That I'm so fascinated.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more.
Yeah.
If you could, can you add me? Because I can't add you from here. But, and then you'll see the, when I post live on Thursday. But I've been studying dragons for 45, 50 years now.
Well, if you're flying in your dreams, you do fly. So yeah,
Yeah.
you already do, and that is really cool. Isn't that like what Bean? She's a dragon rider, though, right?
Yes.
Honey, what
She's a
color is your
rider.
dragon?
She's white with purple. When
Uh-huh.
when
I
he
think
first saw her, she had
I
red, and I was puzzled because I couldn't imagine a red dragon. and then she became white with some purple. I don't know how. I just thought I didn't want a red dragon for some reason. I just didn't. It's not that I don't
The
like red.
energy,
I do like red. It's not that. It's just that it didn't resonate with me. And then she just became white with some purple around. It's like a purple misty color.
yes, whatever energy you're putting into your dragon is the energy it's going to change and alter your dragon. It's kind of like people don't understand either. Kind of like, you know, when you have your spirit guides, whatever you're learning, they're actually learning with you.
They told me that.
Do you outgrow them? Yeah, you can. They won't disappear. They'll just sit in the background. Like I have an Andromedan, she don't really say anything unless I ask her. She's still there. Brim's still here. Aria's still here. Epi's still here. But I don't talk to them all the time. The only problem I have is to run down the hill to supply my dragon I love. Yeah, your dragon needs. It's probably a heavy dragon.
That's
And it
fun.
sounds like an English. It sounds like one of them big Game of Thrones dragons because they need. Sometimes they need to run to get going.
They need a runway.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's funny. Well, I know
Yeah.
my guides have explained to me before that they switch out, and sometimes you need a certain kind of guide for a certain type of certain time or a thing that you're going through, and so
Mm-hmm.
you get a different one. And I know that my guides had to be, one of them had to be removed because he did not want to leave, even though he was not what I needed at the time. He didn't want to leave, and he wanted to be a little more dominant. And
Right.
he was teaching my lessons too hard. Like, if I wasn't listening, then like I broke my arm. That, like, you know what I mean? If he was telling me I
Right.
needed to rest and take some time off or not do this or not do that, and I wasn't listening, then he was like, okay, then you'll just fall and break your arm and then you'll have to rest. And the other guides were like aghast. And they wanted him to, you know, take a break. And he's like, no. And then so they just removed him anyway. And he's been back, but he's not as harsh. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But they come and go. But like Michael, he's always been. And he may not be what, you know, you consider to be like the true Archangel Michael, but that's what he is to me. And that's who he told me he was. And that's who he's been to me all my life since I was 7.
Right.
And he drops pictures in my head. I can hear him say words. He puts emotions into my heart. I get sensations sometimes from him. And sometimes it's like, it's not that I hear his words. It's almost like the sentence just appears within my brain.
Right.
If that makes any sense at all. Like when I was trying to help Suzanne find her pendulum the other night, it was like the words just appeared in my head and I said what he said. But he's been with me.
And I think an elf was messing with me. And Honey said, you're going to find it, but it won't be tonight. And the very first time I moved the next morning to get out of bed, my pendulum fell out of my covers onto the floor, and way
Uh-huh.
down. my bed. I think an elf was screwing with me.
Well, he was kind of laughing. Michael was kind of laughing at us a little bit. I think he was making fun of us, which he does sometimes. He makes fun of me, but I could hear him laughing, and
Huh.
he kept telling me. He showed me a picture of your bed and the bedside table, and so I didn't know which one it was. And then he said it's the bed. And then he said it's in the sheets. And then he said, never mind. She won't find it tonight. She'll find it tomorrow.
Yeah, when my leg pushed it out of the, and it's like, no, that pendulum didn't go there. That's not where there's no freaking way it could have moved down there unless one of these little elves decided to just screw with me.
And you know what? They may have been. You may have had some little fairies in there giving you a hard time.
It's not.
Yeah.
You know what? It's not elves. I know what they're called.
What?
They're called brownies.
I've heard
Oh.
that. I've heard that term before, and I was thinking it in my head.
Yeah, they're more mischievous.
Mm,
Yeah, you're dealing with brownies.
I hate that, Paul, when we have the same thought at the same time. But I've heard that term before, that you have house brownies.
Yeah.
They're like
And
little-
sometimes, also there's sprites. Sprites like to cause mischief too.
yeah.
Brownies and sprites. Sprites are jerks though.
Well, let's not call them into my world.
Right?
Don't speak it.
Well, I was talking to somebody else the other night, somebody that is very afraid of her moldavite. And I'm like, there's not really any reason to be afraid of it, I don't think.
No.
I mean, you have to have respect for your crystals, and you have to develop a
Right.
relationship with your crystals. But I will tell you that I keep mine in a case.
Yeah,
Because
mine is too. Except
it
for my
really,
necklace.
it really does.
I don't.
It can be a powerful change maker.
Yeah.
And so I keep it in a case, and that case disappears. It will just disappear. It'll be gone. I'll think
I wear mine every day.
I will think I want to use it. I want to do this, and I'll go to find it. It's not there. It's not where I left it. And then it might be 2 weeks, and then it'll show back up right where it's supposed to be. But
I don't ever take my. I
My
don't take
God.
mine off.
my guys just didn't want me to use it right then, I think.
Yeah.
Because it can be a powerful change maker for me.
Yeah, it can.
The only,
What's that?
the
Whatever.
only time I take mine off is when I take a bath.
It can remove what's not in your best interest or what's for you out of your life, which can seem like a major tragedy at the time, you know,
You have to be ready.
but it has to go to make room for the new.
Yeah. But you
Right.
have to be ready. And so
Yeah.
if they don't think I'm ready for whatever
Right.
it is I'm thinking I'm ready for, then
Right.
they just hide it from me.
Yeah.
You're not ready for that jelly.
I guess so.
And Aria said that. She goes, she's not ready for that jelly.
Aria did. I've been thinking about her for the last 15 minutes.
I was just sitting here. She goes, and I'm like, I haven't heard from her in like a couple days. And then she goes, she's not ready for that jelly. I'm like, what?
I'm so
I'm like,
glad
where the hell did you come from?
she came, because I've been manifesting her. I've been thinking about her.
That was so random. She's not ready for that jelly.
I
Oh,
love
well,
Aria.
all right then.
I love Aria so much. She's so cool. And does she have any wisdom for us tonight?
Oh, let me.
That was my question for her.
She said she will answer one question from each of you on the panel. Anything goes.
I don't go first.
Any
So,
question you want, she'll answer.
so area, this is I think this is why I've been thinking about you so much. Is what I've been working on and manifesting for the last 5 months. I'm working so hard to have patience for the outcome. Am I working too hard? Am I trying to push the results of the outcomes too hard and needing to let go of my expectations for the outcome? Is that what I'm needing to do?
Yes, that is what you need to do at all. What you need to do, you need to focus on what is good for you, not what's good for them. Look within inside yourself, and the power of enlightenment is there to inspire you. We have given you these tools for you to transmute yourself into a higher being. Well,
Okay.
um, okay.
Thank you, Aria. I have been trending toward that answer, and I wanted your confirmation to make sure I'm going in the right direction.
You are very welcome. Does anybody else have any questions?
I'm sure I've got a lot of them, but I don't have any of them top of my mind right now.
That's okay. You can just keep on eating those gummies.
Thank you.
Can you maybe potent up her gummies a little bit for her, Area?
Oh,
Just
she's already putting herself up good enough already.
yeah, I just need the pain to be diminished a little bit more so I can sleep.
Yeah.
What about you, daughter of the dragon?
Area, when I sent the energy to Carl like I did I push myself too far? Am
No,
I
you did not push. You did not push yourself too far. What you did is you overwhelmed yourself, and you made your emotions in a tailspin of a whirlwind. And for your understanding, you did not push yourself. It just got overwhelming for you.
so it will get back to normal?
Yes, it will. It will get back to normal when you reside yourself in Gaia, in your yeah, in the backyard, facing north.
Oh, thank you.
You're very welcome. Make sure you take your amethyst with you.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well,
But
it's
I don't know directions.
use your phone. Your phone has a compass on it.
It does?
Yeah.
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 Oh, cool. Okay.
I know. The only reason I know what direction I'm in is because I have a railroad track that runs across town, and so I know I'm north of it.
Mhm.
That's how I know. But yeah, your phone has a compass, and your car has a compass.
Well,
That,
that's
Well, I know which
cool.
way the sun rises and where it sets.
yeah.
So, I mean, as long as you can tell where the sun is, I can.
Well, Well, I've been working,
Except in
Paul.
summer, sometimes I've woken up and it'd be 7 o'clock, and I didn't know if it was AM or PM.
Yeah. I know when Bean was trying to help me the other night with, the issue I was having, um, I really went in that night and my sister helped me quite a bit with that whole situation. And we did, my sister told me that it really wasn't my responsibility, that it was my mother-in-law's responsibility, that it's something that she's working on. She's
Right.
working through that period of time, but she's not in a place where she's taking full responsibility yet. And so she's
Yeah.
Right.
trying to pull my energy into what she's working through. And so my sister and I did what an energy pull to release. And then I started sending that unconditional love to her and telling her that I take responsibility for my part of it, and I understand now why she acted the way she did, because it all of a sudden I got an understanding of why she was the way she was, which I really hadn't even thought about before, actually. I just kind of thought she was mean and didn't think about why. And so once I began to understand the things in her life that caused her to behave and act the way she did throughout her life, and her feelings toward me that were formed from her bringing up, then I began to understand better why she felt the way she did and why she felt like she had to act the way she did. And so then I began to have sympathy for her and empathy for her. And I'm sending her waves of light, because that's what my sister told me she needed, was some light and love to help her in her work that she's doing right now. And so the pain that I was having some really pretty heavy, debilitating pain in my neck, shoulders, and back that
Oh, no.
hadn't been there. I mean, hadn't been there, and it's there, and it literally felt like something was clinging onto my back, and that's gone.
Good.
It's just gone. And so, just understanding that when we transition, we go into different areas. We don't all go to the same place, obviously. We go into that transitional area where we have that level of understanding, and then we start working our way up the levels we need to work through over there to process what we did here. And she's in the process of working through the things she learned here. And so she was trying to involve me in that process rather than just take full responsibility for her own thing. And so that helped me understand it a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very appreciative of being in that, because of our conversation. I'm not sure if it's something she actually said to me, or if it was just suddenly I became more focused on what I needed to do, and then my sister came to help. It really changed a lot for me in just a 2-day period. It really helped a lot. And
No, that's awesome.
I think people don't realize the burden that we carry sometimes for others.
Right.
And
Yes.
because I carry generational burdens for a long period of my life, and I've transcended several generational I've healed several generational timelines in my 68 years that I've been here. Just working through the things I'm doing here in this life. And so, I got enough to do on my own. I didn't really
Mm-hmm.
need anybody else's generational trauma to add into mine. And so, Kay helped me a lot with that, and I was very appreciative. But Bean started it. She got me thinking about it and started it. And it was something either she said or just the feeling of, or the fact that she was sending me energy to help. I don't know what it was, but Bean did it for me. And
Well,
Great.
that's great.
yeah,
She is a great help.
yeah, she
Sweet, sweet person.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
She got that ball rolling for me and got me out of my. I don't know if I was like stuck in a hamster wheel of trying to figure it out or didn't know what the heck was going on or what. But it's like
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's just a huge relief now. And so that's what I've been spending my time at least trying to figure out at least 15 minutes every day just to send that unconditional love so that she can continue her work in her level that she's at over there.
Well, that's great.
It's kind of weird though how I'm getting more and more of an understanding of how it works over there. You don't just go from here to rainbows and unicorns. You go into the level in which you've actually gotten to, and it may not be exact, where you'd like to be. Obviously, you go into a different level, and then you work your way out of that level into the next one. It's just fascinating how that all works. But hopefully she seems happier. She seems appreciative. The relationship is definitely being mended. But I just, I don't know what I'd do without my sister. I really don't.
You see my co-host?
He's so pretty.
He's a beautiful baby.
Hello, sweet puppy. Hi, sweet puppy. Look at those pretty eyes.
He wanted to be up here in the picture. Yeah.
He's like, Daddy.
I want to see who you're talking to.
Quit
He
that
gets
yawning.
jealous when I talk on the phone.
Stop that yawning, boy. You're gonna make me sleepy. You think he feels the energy? You think
Yeah.
when you come on with everybody?
Yeah, he does.
You think he's helping you transmute?
I think so. With him around, I've been a lot more calmer, and I really haven't really been mad about anything. I've actually had more joy. He's
Good.
brought joy to my life.
Yeah. Now you're just
And
gonna
he's back.
have to go find you some more flea markets and things like that are gonna bring you into contact with.
Right?
I'm still working on manifesting you a car.
Me too. I'm manifesting myself into a bunch of things.
But
Manifesting a car on one of them jiggly machines.
A jiggly machine. Oh,
I know you.
Whatever that call.
I know. I gotta pay this dental bill off before I can send you a vibration plate. But they are having some big sales, so I may be tempted to do it sooner.
What? Is that the time again, huh?
I love my vibration plate. Oh my gosh, I'm addicted. I'm addicted to it. And I've gotten so many people addicted to theirs.
I'm gonna have to get one.
You'll love it, Doc.
All right.
You will absolutely love it. Each one of my kids got one for Christmas, and that's just all they talk about. And my massage therapist, my friend, she got one because I just kept talking about it all the time. And when she started measuring my calves and figuring out my calves were getting bigger, I was getting more muscle, and
I'll be back. I gotta take him out.
the saggies kind of starting to go away. It's real good for your arm sag, you know.
All right, come on.
So, plus it gets rid of all
Oh,
dormant energy. It just blows it off. So when I'm feeling heavy, I can get on it and it just shakes all that energy around and out. But I've lost weight and gotten muscle. My balance is so much better. Now I still can't do like knee squats on it. I'm too nervous about. I'm afraid I'll fall off.
I'm doing mini squats on mine, honey. If I can do it, you can do it.
all right, buddy.
Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of you. That is, to me, that's a goal. I'm working on that goal. But it makes it easier for me, like getting up and down out of the chair.
I'm not talking deep squats.
You're not talking
Yeah,
what?
that's the kind. That's. I'm not talking deep knee bends. It's like you're sitting in it, like you sit down in a chair. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes, I sit on it once a day to help my lower back and my core. And then I stand on it twice a day with different programs because it said, I just read something recently that you can't use the same program over and over and over again, that it's better to mix up programs to keep you more.
I don't know if I can program mine or not, but I do it at different speeds all the time.
Well, mine has a thing where you can just set the program where you just run through the 20 minutes where it goes fast, slow, up and down, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've been laying on it with my arms to get
Oh yeah.
the arm jiggle. I got to get rid of the arm jiggle. If I could, I'd lay my neck on it, get rid of my turkey neck.
If you stand on it and then bend at your hips, that'll get your back and your arm.
Yeah.
I do it like a skier going downhill, you know, where you're bent at the hips with your arms out.
Yeah.
That'll
Well,
get you.
that's the thing is my balance, you know, when I first started using it, my balance was so crappy. And so now that my balance is getting better, I'm working up the nerve to do the squats. Like I watch them on here, the girls that do it on here.
Yeah.
And they do the squat, stand up and down and up. And my son-in-law does it too on his. But all three of my kids and their husbands have really enjoyed their vibration plates and their vibration grounding mats. They really enjoyed those.
My physical therapist was happy when I told him I got one. And then the next, he said, I did some more research on that. He goes, that's really good for you.
Yeah.
I told you.
Well, they're putting them in doctors' offices and physical therapy offices now and charging you to use them.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can get one now on Temu for $60. If you get, you know,
I've
and
already got one, so.
right. But I mean, a lot of people were saying it was too expensive. I think I paid $140 for mine when they first came out. But now there's people having sales on them all the time. And a couple of my friends were asking me about them.
But it was worth it, you know.
Amazon had a
I'm
huge
not.
sale on the brand I bought, and I sent it out to everybody so that they could catch it. It was like $50 off.
Wow.
But I just love it. And my son-in-law that is, doing the heart stuff, he goes to cardiac rehab, and then he comes home and gets on the vibration plate for another 30 minutes.
Wow.
And he said it really helps to extend his therapy, and it helps with the swelling because he's still having a lot of swelling.
It helps me to recover from physical therapy.
That's what he said. Yeah. He's having another procedure next week. They discovered that, I told you they didn't have that valve seated properly. So it was leaking. Well, now it's gone down so that now the leak is farther down from the actual valve, and it's leaking from there. And so they found an interventional cardiologist that has excellent reputation. My cardiologist friend told me about him, and she thinks he's amazing. So he's been going to see him. And so next week, I think, is when he has his intervention where they're going to go in and repair that second leak. And he told him he'll be like a new man after that.
Wow.
So we're really very hopeful. He's tired of being sick. He's tired of being off work, not being able to breathe, all the things. He's too young to be tied down like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Katie was saying that she has to fight him to get on the vibration plate because he has it set up over there in his little mess.
It's a competition to get to it, huh?
Yeah. But Tara and her husband and her 3 kids, they all argue. And then Lindsay Ann sent me a picture of the baby. She's 2, and she gets on it every day. She loves it.
Wow.
Does he understand the dragon talk?
What?
Does he understand your dragon talk?
I think so. Why, you heard that?
His second language. That's funny. Anyway, she sent the cutest video of Ada standing on the vibration plate singing me a song. So her song is all vibrated, you know what I mean? And it is just the cutest thing. She's so cute. I was just thinking about that. But
You've been alive for 90 minutes.
If the ascension happens the way Paul is saying it does, I'm in the first wave, which means I'll have about 6 more years, 5 or 6 more years, before I leave this husk and become a light body.
Actually, no. If you ascend in 2029, then you're going to be well ahead of everybody else.
But I bet that means my body will be here and I'll be gone, right?
No, your body leaves here too. What happens is in the ascension, everybody doesn't understand that.
Okay.
Your body is meant for Earth. That's why when back up, doggy, please. Come on, you're making a mess here. Come on, you're gonna knock things over. Stop, buddy, stop. Come on, good boy. Stop. Um, when you're okay, whenever you go up into space, like when humans go to space, they have to wear a spacesuit, and it's not they can't live in that atmosphere. Even if they wear a suit, it's kind of really hellish on them. That's because your body is made for Earth, not space. Now, when you kind of you ever seen the movie Titan?
Yeah.
Okay, he was a human and he went and transformed basically into a person where he could exist on Titan, right?
Right.
That's kind of what was going to happen. When you leave Earth, your earthly body stays on Earth. It does not leave. And when it raises up in the air, and before you're human, as your human body is rising up, it's going to transmute itself into light. Thus, your human body will no longer exist. And here's another example now. This is what I had a problem with Christianity about. Oh, if you die, you're going to go to hell, you're going to go to heaven. Really? Okay, so tell me if this makes sense to you. I live a great life. I'm going to go up into heaven, and when I'm dying, I'm going to go to heaven. Okay, I pass on, I go to heaven. Okay, Jesus is coming back. You need to jump back in your body, Paul. I'm going to pull you back up. Why? I thought once I get to heaven, I get a new body and a new name. Yes. So, again, that is a faulty of the writings that have been portrayed in that book. What truly happens when the dead in the dead, you do not go to a heaven, you do not go to a hell. At that point, in that moment, when you pass on, you're in a state of sleep. Rest in peace means you're resting. You're waiting for that trumpet. Why do you think he said in many cultures, it talks about a trumpet will be sounded, and he will come like a thief in the night and sound a trumpet. Whenever a trumpet is sounded, it's a wake-up call. Your body that's laying in the ground sleeping, is going to rise up and ascend into heaven with the living. Thus means you do not go to heaven. You're in a stasis called purgatory, the Elysian fields, paradise, whatever it is. That's where your soul is. That soul is right now. When you pass on, your soul goes to that, or it wanders the earth because it still doesn't have any. It has unfinished business, so it becomes a ghost. But if you don't have any unfinished business, it goes to this place called paradise and rests. Now, when it's resting, it hears that trumpet. Boop, boop. Okay, what happens? You get pulled back into your body, and then you go to heaven, and that's where you go to heaven right there. And as your body, that old decapitated body, disintegrates and transmutes into light, and you become the light being, and then you ascend into heaven. You get your new body and your new name right then and there. That's when you go to heaven. And who is going to be pulled up in the ascension? Some people say 111,000. Who knows?
144.
But that's going to be the first wave. And that is what the Christians believe, and that is what is written for them. Now, as a spatial being, we don't really follow those rules. What's going to happen to us in our ascension is a little bit different. Yes, when you ascend, we're going to not have a body of light. some of us might even know we're spatial beings, but most of us that are these beings, we're going to be on the Earth. The alien ships are going to come down. Some of us might be, when they go to beam us up, we're going to shed our human bodies, and we're going to become what? We're going to become the species that we are. Like, say, River Blue. Say she's an Arcturian, but she's human on Earth. When the second ascension happens, and they see her, because they've already done the research and they know where she is. When she gets pulled up, her human body is going to transform into an Arcturian. And thus she's going to go on her ship and be her Arcturian self. You see what I'm saying?
But her
Different.
her earthly body will still be here. So that's
No.
that's what I'm trying to grapple with, is that will it appear as though I've just gone in my sleep and my body's still here, but I'm a light body somewhere else?
No, your human body's not going to be here.
It'll be gone.
It's gone too.
Okay.
Even if you're alive and you're ascending, it's going to transmute in the air. You're dead, and you get pulled up. The body's still going to transmute into light. If you're an angelic or a Christian, or one of them believers over there.
So the pictures that I get in my head are that everybody's on different levels over there.
Yes.
They're all on different levels. They're all working on their different individual growth things they need. And that when that final trumpet calls, then we'll all go to what they call the Golden City. And we'll be finished then with our
human bodies, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Your human body does not exist, will not be able to leave this planet. Even if you're an alien species, when you have alien DNA inside of you, it's still going to transmute. I'm a dragon, so when they come down and it's my time, I'm going to shed this body and become the dragon I am.
And your body will not exist here. So, like,
no,
my family that's still here will just think I disappeared? Right.
Yes.
That's what I've been trying to work through in my head.
Yes, essentially your body it'll be human flesh and it'll transmute into light.
And they'll just won't know where I went.
Right.
They'll think I'm some demented lady that wandered off into the woods and they couldn't find her.
Well, no, actually, because your clothes will be left on Earth too. You'll be pulled up in the sky naked.
That's a frightening thought. It'll have to look better. It'll have to be the light.
Get to Greg.
Because the minute you hear that trumpet, your body's going to start. It's the cellular structure is going to break down into light.
Yeah.
And how does that happen? Well, you see, we have that gold went inside our pineal gland. What does a pineal gland do? It causes electricity and sends electric through your body into your brain and makes you smarter. When you exert so much of that spiritual energy within inside of you, it's going to go into that pineal gland and it's going to activate and it's going to become light. And you're going to be pulled up.
So what in the heck are they going to think when they just find my empty nightgown?
No, she's gone.
They'll understand?
They'll have to. That's what happens. It's like that movie Left Behind. All you're seeing is a pile of your clothes and your shoes or whatever. Your body, the minute you hear that trumpet, it activates something in your body, a chemical or electricity, and it fires it all up at once. And your body is what, 80%, 90, I can't remember what the percentage of water is. That water is going to fire up, and it's going to cause that electricity to fire up, and you're going to transmute yourself into light
Yeah.
or a crystallized light being.
Right. Which some of us are already doing here.
Right,
We're already crystallizing because
right.
DMT is dripping from the
Mhm.
already crystallizing. Sorry.
And that's what happens.
Maybe you'll do it right
You,
in front of Greg.
maybe.
Well, that'll just scare
If
the
you're
shit out
asleep,
of him.
no matter where you are, if you're asleep, sitting on a shitter, walking down the street, grocery shopping, standing in the shower, your body's just going to be taken up. No one knows the day, no one knows the time. And no one never said about the year.
Right. Right.
But
Yeah.
when you're ascended, that's it.
Yeah.
That electricity fires through your body like, you ever seen that thing where it shows like the neurons connecting?
Yes. I picture
All of
it.
the neurons are going to connect. All those neurons are going to connect, and it's going to cause your whole body to transmute into light. And you're just going to disappear and be pulled up.
So at what point then do you go be a dragon, or do we ever experience the new earth?
The new earth is like years later. You can have the choice to come back down here or not.
At that point,
After all of the crap said and done and Earth is remade, he's probably going to create. They always say it's the last creation, but he's a creator, so I don't go along with that theological thing because it just doesn't happen. But anyway, he's going to create another group of beings, and we're going to go on that new Earth and help them.
Be their teachers.
Yep.
Just like the Pleiadians stayed here to teach us.
Right. But they won't see us because we're in a higher frequency than them.
Right.
Wow.
A different dimension.
Well, we can see them, but they won't see us because they're not at a higher level.
Right.
Kind of like this present darkness.
Yeah.
They'll think there's nobody there, but there's hundreds of us looking at her.
Right. Well, and I'm noticing that in my own life right now, where people are just kind of fading out.
Right.
They're just sort of fading out. I mean, these are people that I've known always, and they're just fading out of my reality.
Uh-huh.
But
And that's what's going to happen.
I want him to go with me.
I know you'd want that, but it's his choice and his path, and, if he chooses not to, then there's nothing you can do about it,
I know. I don't like that, though. I guess that's my struggle, you know?
Mm-hmm. You always got to remember, live in the world, not of the world.
Yeah, I know. I know, and I know. But it's mind-boggling, honestly. It's just mind-boggling. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all.
Right.
Because I do feel that it's coming. Not like I don't think I can say in 5 years this is going to happen. I just feel like it's approaching.
It is.
And it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years. I don't know.
No,
But
no, it's not 10. It's going to happen before 30 in any case.
so in 5 years, I'll just be a pile of clothing.
Probably. Because if the Antichrist, like I said, 7 years of tribulation and all that, and if you do the
Yeah.
math, you'll see where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
That it comes out to be 2029, and that'll give enough time for the new person to pop into play, and then you give it half a year. People will know who the Antichrist is, but they won't fit. But a lot of non-Christians won't. A lot of people will figure it out. A lot of people will be fooled, and then the trumpet sounds. You get pulled up, and then he goes, "I'm the Antichrist." Blah blah blah. Listen to me, obey me. Blah blah blah. And then he pulls his crap until the year 3000, and then he gets thrown into an abyss for 1,000 years, and everybody's going to be going, "Oh, Satan made me do it." No, no, he didn't. Satan's in the abyss. You can't blame him. Blame yourself. And then after that, you're going to have the Great War, and then you're going to have the book. It's your name in the book of life. You know what it is. You go to hell. You go into this, and the hell's what? Your personal, whatever your fears are, and you put yourself into, and that's what your hell's going to be. As for the as for that, Christians will be judged too, and a lot of people, a lot of these Christians and a lot of those people don't understand they're going to be judged too. Not if they're going to heaven or hell. Of course, they're going to make it to heaven, but they're still going to be judged on their works, on the spiritual work they did. How much did you help somebody? This and that, and that's all going to be exposed when they open up those books.
But it won't be a judgment from a separate person. It'll be like a separate deity. It'll be a judgment upon ourselves.
Yes, kind of, yes.
But don't we, the way I look at it is there's certain energies that come here that have chosen to come here to be the bad guy.
Yes.
And so when they're finished, they go back to the same love they came from. They just need some cleansing and some teaching and learning.
Yes, if that's the path that they choose.
Especially if they wandered off their contract path, right?
Yes, that's if they're. What I'm saying is there's always good and bad in the universe. Yes, some of the good people might have done bad just because they needed to do that. Yes, I get that. But there also is some dark energy out there, and that's what they're targeting.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about the contract. It's the dark energy that's within them that will never change. That'll never be different. It's going to be pushed into another dimension, reality, multiverse, whatever, darkness, dimension, hell. I mean, it's going to be a personal thing.
Yeah.
And then it's going to start anew. Everything starts anew. It's a cycle. How do you think the angels were made? The same process. Every being that was created went through the same process. Every school, every being went through the process. We're the last of this creation cycle, yes.
But
out of everything he's created.
But the angels have never been human.
No, they were another species.
Yeah.
Remember, when you rise into heaven. Now, here's another thing people don't realize. Yes, you might be human on the earth, right? What happens, you go to heaven and you get a new body and you look like a griffin.
Yeah. Or a big ball.
You can look like or you could be what do they call them? A cherubim. You could look like a Dyson sphere with wings and eyeballs.
Right.
Necessarily doesn't mean that you're going to stay human in heaven. You're getting a new name and a new body. whatever your energy, like I've said before, when any energy you're putting out and whatever energy that you're putting into the universe is what you're going to be. Same thing with a dragon. That's the same thing when you call your guides. It's all based on your energy. You have the power. Everything's about you and your power.
Yeah.
Because you are what? A creator. Let
Yeah.
us make man in our image and in our likeness. Because we are a fractal of the creator. So we create our own hells, our own heavens, our own bodies. And that's what we did all during time. Because this is why they didn't want to give you immortality in the Garden of Eden. Why do you think humans were kicked out? Because he didn't want them to eat from the tree of life. Would you want to hand a child a nuclear weapon?
Right. Right.
That's why the humans weren't ready. So what did they do? They put stumbling blocks in the middle of the way so they will learn from the mistakes of the past. Because back before this cycle of humanity ever began, humans ran the whole universe.
Yeah.
They were eliminated. This is another cycle of Earth, of humanity.
Yeah.
Very easy.
And yet
And that's
complicated to understand, to wrap your head around. You know what I mean?
yes, and it is because if you remember when it talks about that book, it also talks about, it goes, why doesn't he ever show himself? Because he says himself many times in that book and in other cultures. He says, human eyes, the human mind cannot comprehend what it is seeing. It
Right.
will make your mind disintegrate, basically.
Right. Or
It
make
will
you
implode.
blind, like Moses. You know,
Right.
he caught a glimpse and it blinded him. If he
Mm-hmm.
had seen the whole thing, he would have been disintegrated, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Because we can't comprehend it.
Right, because our human minds only use 10% of our brains. And that's the reason why. We can't all be Lucy.
Right. We don't want to be, do we? I mean, really?
Not really.
That's not anything I would aspire to. But
When you're everything all at once, you'd be like Lucy.
yeah,
And that's what did Lucy say in the movie? She goes, why did she keep the cop around the entire time? She didn't want to lose her what? Humanity.
humanity.
That's why she kept the cop around in the entire movie. Because she wanted to keep herself grounded and not be too much into the power and the energy that was going around her, to understand that she didn't want to become a god. She wanted to know what it was still like to be human, even though she was changing and morphing into a greater being.
Yeah,
And basically, she didn't want to be like a gray.
yeah,
But what did she do? She kept to her humanity. She was everywhere all at once and became what? A gift to humanity, because she was there all the time and she made a mega computer for them to understand her and explain what she was seeing. Again, if she didn't use her humanity, she would have never been able to keep in touch with that.
yeah,
Kind of like when we're talking about spiritual stuff to people, we have to have that darkness, because if we don't have that darkness, we can't relate to it. So they won't understand it, they won't resonate with it, and they'll totally be separate. That's why we need the balance of good and evil, with the light and dark. And that's, again, it goes back to the time of Jesus, when Jesus went in. He didn't go into synagogues. He went out to where? He went out to the darkest of men and turned them to the light and showed it. There has to be a balance. It's not about being, holy and just. It's about you having balance. Knowing the difference between good and evil. What is right and what is wrong. those are the ones that need the most work.
Yeah.
Even he said that. And he said that we can be greater than him.
Yeah.
Again, the power within inside of us.
So I'm guessing I'm thinking about these people who progress in their life when they do the QHHT, and they're progressing into future lives where their reality is almost like a new earth, where
Right.
they can, where it is all beauty and love and compassion and living and manifesting. And so is that not going to happen on earth?
It is happening. We just can't see it. It's like, think about this, and this just came into my mind too. When you go into a mental hospital, you see many people with different afflictions. You see one guy over here talking to Joe, Sam, and Carol, but he's talking to himself.
Right.
What's to say that they're not there when we can't see them because we're not on that vibration he's on?
Right.
All right, you got Cindy over here. She sees everything. She's not seeing a hospital when she walks around. She's seeing a meadow. She goes, oh, ain't this great flowers? And she's picking up a cup with a pencil in it. What a great flower.
Yeah.
And she's running around and dancing around, and she's holding the cup with the pencil and thinking it's a flower. Because in her reality, her vibration is showing her that. So they're not really crazy at all. It's just their energy is a different frequency that we need to understand. They're
Why-
not mental, they're not psychotic and crazy. We just have to understand it.
wouldn't you be able to see her?
Huh?
If they're talking to somebody that's a higher frequency and we can't see them, why can we then see her? If she is on, shouldn't she also?
Because they're a human body here. Her human body is here, but her mind is not.
Okay.
It's again a shell. The human body is just a shell. It just houses a body. It just houses. Kind of like electricity. When you look at your lamp, right? If you don't turn your lamp on, do you have electricity going through it? No. When you turn on your lamp, your electricity goes through it. Again, it's a vessel that's projecting the light.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've just been thinking about it a lot lately.
Because I was in the hospital and I've seen many things.
I know, me too.
I was in the mental ward for a while. And a lot of people weren't crazy. There was one that was, but a lot of them weren't. They just thought differently and acted differently. And they weren't accepted in society, so they threw them in there and medicated them to oblivion.
Right.
But there is some psycho, believe me.
Yeah.
It wasn't all butterflies and dandelions.
Yeah.
I mean, I met a guy in there. He was talking to 12 different people. And the funny part about it is the one of the beings he was talking to was one of the ones I've been talking to most of my life. And they basically said the same thing. So figure that one out. If he was crazy, then how would I have the same experience as him? And they say the same exact words as what he's saying, I'm saying.
He can have a mental illness yet still be spiritual, or
Right.
know, everything about him isn't his mental illness.
Right. Just because a person thinks differently or acts differently, society deems it as mental or insane or crazy or not following the norm, so let's medicate it to death.
Yeah.
Whatever doesn't follow the agenda and their criteria of normal, then it's odd, peculiar, freak. And I don't like that the way that they do that, but that's the way humanity is. And it was funny because that guy, when he was talking to 12 different beings, had more knowledge than some of these college professors. And and the weird and the funniest part about this is when he was talking to this himself, he grew up in West Virginia, had no schooling, but he knew all this stuff. How is that even possible? And he said, because my others told me. What others? The 12 people I talked to.
Yeah.
He was talking about trigonometry. He's never went to school, and he's from like West Virginia. He said, I had no schooling, I had nothing. I never read a book. But he knew about algebra, trigonometry, geometry, and one of the people he was talking about bioengineering. How would he know that? It's because things are not as they seem. And just because you're different and you're odd, society deems you as that. And if you're normal and you go and you start thinking thoughts and you start saying, oh, well, I'm talking to an alien being. What is the first question when you go into a hospital? Do you have thoughts about harming yourself? Do you have thoughts about harming others?
I think I'm gonna get ready for bed, you guys.
All right.
I keep losing sound.
Okay.
What?
Sleep well, baby.
Good night, you guys.
Sleep
I
well.
love you. Thanks. Night, night.
Night night.
Thank you.
Well, you've
And
answered a lot of questions for me tonight, and I appreciate it.
no problem.
I've been pondering a lot the last 3 days.
And that's what we need to do. We need to have different perspectives and look at the pros and cons and look at different perceptions and different perspectives of things. Because if you don't, you're not going to get a true understanding. It's like I said, everything on this planet is a puzzle. We're given bits and pieces to figure it out. Well, to figure it out because they can't tell us because it's the law, the rule of the universe that everything we need is on this planet. We just have to figure out how to piece it together. Because who is it? Their planet? No, it's our planet. It's our job as humans to piece the things together so we can evolve into a higher race. If they come down and did we learn anything? No, we didn't. We had to have it done for us. And all through the Bible and all through different cultures, the beings always said, what did they say? If you don't try to do it yourself, then we're not going to help you. We're not here to teach you everything. We're here to guide you, and that's what we're doing. We're guiding.
Yeah, they're
Like
not
we
here
guide
to,
our children.
they're not here to save us. They're
Right.
here to help us figure out a way to save ourselves.
Right. Exactly. It all goes together when you have that insight on how everything works. And asked me a year ago about any of this, I would have said, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Right.
But now, since I've evolved and I've talked to more of these beings, I've got a better understanding and grasp of the universe and how it works. Not that I don't have all the answers. I don't. I never will.
Right.
I'm just giving the answers that is giving to me. In the hopes that anybody that hears this energy, it feels this energy, and hears these words, will take it, and if it resonates with them, learn from that. If they don't, then it's on them. You know? You take what you need and leave the rest behind.
Yeah. Because you're not where you need to be to hear it or use it or
Right.
or you need a different method of understanding it.
Right. Like I said before, when I was in that group, I used to understand Rory very good. But later on, he started sounding like jibber jabber, like a child in a playground going goo goo gaga.
Yes.
And when I used to listen to Peter, Peter was sounded so smart, and I'm like, "What are you saying? I don't, what?" But now, as I learned more and ascended and grew into a more broader perspective of seeing things and more enlightened myself, I can understand Peter logically. I don't understand a thing Rory says.
Yeah.
That's because I moved myself into a higher level and I can have understanding, and so now I can understand people of that vibration. You can't understand somebody if you're at a point two consciousness. You ain't gonna understand somebody at a point seven. Not gonna happen
Yeah.
unless you're up to that level. You're not gonna understand it. And like it goes the other way too. If you're a level seven, you're not gonna understand what somebody at level three is talking about. You're gonna look at them and go, "What are you talking about? You're weird. You're crazy."
Yeah.
Unless it resonates with you. And if it resonates with you, then you take that experience, you learn it, and it'll send you even to a higher realm. Even that's why we're here. Yes, some of us might be at a higher level, some of us might be at a lower, but at the end of the day, we're learning from each other. And we're here to empower each other. Now, if I'm at a higher level, I'm empowering you to be higher, and you're empowering me to be greater because you're bringing back something that I had forgotten or I haven't learned. So that it helps me ascend even further because of your experience. I learned from that, and then I would know how to handle that situation. It's a
Mhm.
two-way street. It's always been a two-way street. Like I said, if you would have asked me this stuff a year and a half ago, I would have looked at you like you were crazy. I wouldn't even know what I was saying. I'd be like, what am I saying?
Well, we've all learned a lot in the last 5 years. We really have.
Yeah.
And it's there were a lot of times when I would listen to Cryon and I would have to just re-listen to it and re-listen to it, and I would still be resistant to what he was trying to explain. And it took some time for me to get it, to understand it.
Right.
And then I would go find a different source who explained it in a different way, the same thing he
Mm-hmm.
said, but it was in a different manner, and it clicked. It was like,
Right.
oh. And then
And that happens a lot with me and Cryon.
my guides have been getting stronger in their communications with me, or else I'm paying closer attention, one or the other. Um, and so I feel like I'm more in tune with what they're trying to help me understand.
And that goes into the fact of what you were just saying. Cryon, Bashir, what the old lady? What was the old lady?
Dolores Cannon.
Dolores Cannon and all these other people. They all have the same message, but it's in how they're saying it. Even my message is the same as theirs. It's just a little bit different, so people would understand it.
Yeah,
That's why it goes. Always go with what resonates with you. Everybody's saying the same thing. You're just not understanding the certain perceptions and how to perceive each one of them.
yeah.
That's why it's always good to go with what resonates with you. Why do you think there was 12 apostles? Maybe one person didn't understand John and go, "What are you saying, John?" Then Peter starts, "Oh my God, that's what he meant, Peter." Then Matthew's like, "Oh yeah, see that exactly,"
Mhm.
and it goes like that, and that's how we are. Is each one of us relates to a certain thing. We all have the same message, but how you perceive it and how you interpret it and what resonates with you is the understanding.
Well, and that's why I can listen to A Course in Miracles and hear something that really resonates with me, and I can work on that, and then later re-listen to it again and get something completely different from it
Right.
that time.
And like a lot of times I'm saying something, and then what, 2 or 3 days later, who says it? Cryon says it. Bashir says it. Elena something says it. The Oracle says it. Somebody says it.
Yeah,
It's the same thing. It's in sequence because the
yeah.
universe is pushing out that energy to all of us. And
Yeah.
everybody that's getting that energy is going to tell it the way that they see it and the way that they're perceiving it.
Well, I think maybe
Some get
that's
it
why
faster
so
than
many
others.
different channelers have been coming online, like through Next Level Soul podcast. He's
Right,
bringing in so many different channelers that are all saying the same thing, just different ways, so that everyone can find the one that they resonate with the most.
right. That's
Like
exactly it.
there's one that'll channel Saint Germain, and then
Right,
the ones who channel Michael are the ones who have their own groups, like the Z's or the Nines, or Judah, the lady that channels Judah, which I don't understand half of what Judah's talking about, but you know, so then I move on to Lee Harris, where he explains it differently. Um, and there's several others, Tara, somebody, and some other people.
Elena.
Are you talking about Elena Dannon?
Yeah.
I don't resonate with anything at all she says. I just
A
don't.
lot of what, some of what she said, she's repeated it from me.
Well, none of I don't know. She might, and you might hear that, but I don't. I don't hear her saying what you're saying.
Well,
She's
no, in some
she's
aspects, I've heard her. She's repeated exactly what I said, almost word for word, in some
she
of her videos.
she has too much of an agenda for me.
Yes,
She's got an
that's what it feels like.
agenda in her head, and she's pushing some propaganda, in my opinion.
Right.
That is not very, just doesn't resonate with me at all, and I don't like to listen to. I get a feeling, I get an ick, I get a I don't know about that. I just don't know about that. There's like Suzanne Geisman. I resonate with everything she says, everything, and she says it very simply. She
Right.
explains it in her teachings, in her classes, in her seminars. She explains things on a very simple level, even though she herself is exceptionally intelligent. She brings
Right.
she brings it down into a very spiritual, simple way, and especially since she's been channeling Jesus a lot. And Jesus brings it down to the level of simplicity that more people should probably pay attention to, where it's just
And
not
and
that
that's
hard.
another issue too. A lot of people want to make this so complicated when it's very
Yeah.
simple.
Right.
Nobody wants to listen to a lecture about for 5 hours on blah 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 when you could just say it in like an hour.
Or even with Suzanne Geisman, she has like a 5-10 minute little meditation you can do to just get you in the zone,
Right.
to get you in touch with yourself, and to help you understand that you're going to connect on whatever level you're going to connect on,
Right.
which is different from everybody else. But then you have the ones that reaffirm and confirm and validate the things that you know or felt or heard, or and I appreciate that, because I'm getting these feelings, I'm getting these thoughts put in my head, I'm hearing things, I'm dreaming, and I'm thinking I've lost my mind, but then I hear 10 other people say essentially the same thing, and it's a lot of relief. I'm like, okay, so I'm not psychotic. Thank God. You know.
And that's funny. It's funny because sometimes you come in here, you're like, Lee Carroll said that yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he said it after you did. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Well, you're like,
Or
Bashir said that after you did. I'm like, what?
or some of that stuff though, that especially from Cryon, I heard it back in 2000. And
Right.
you're saying it again, the same thing that I heard him say way back in 2000. You know.
And I don't and that's the thing too is I never listened to any of those people. I thought they were crazy
Yeah.
charlatans.
Right. Right.
The
I'm
only
not.
person I've ever listened to, uh, and he even seemed a little bit weird, was John, the one that was on TV,
John Edwards.
John Edwards. He was the only psychic medium person I've ever listened to. I've watched his shows maybe 4 or 5 times. I'm like, this guy's crazy.
Did you ever listen to Van Prague?
No, I don't
James
know.
James Van Prague he's very down to earth and practical, but he's like Edwards, where it's more like he's just talking to the dead.
And the one that gets me, because I do the same thing, is Bashir.
Yeah.
There's something about Bashir that I find enlightening and intriguing. Maybe it's a sense of humor and the
Yeah.
way he holds his hands and the way he answers. But that's kind of like I do that too. And I've noticed that he
Yeah.
does that little hand thing. And I'm doing that when I'm answering questions sometimes or I'm channeling. I start doing that. And I'm like, I didn't realize until one day I looked up and I was like, and I was flipping through the video. I'm like, wait a minute. He's doing the same hand motion I did.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. He's talking the same way. What the heck?
Yeah.
And he's saying
Well,
it like I said that 2 days ago. He's saying it now.
so many of the channelers now though are channeling collectives. They're not channeling just one person or
Right.
one entity or one energy. They're explaining that they're all the same. They're all a collective. They're all coming from the same place. And that's what Cryon helped me understand is he's never been embodied. He's never been a human. He has no idea what it's like to live in a human body on Earth or on another planet or anywhere, in
Right.
any other kind of body. He's speaking from the collective from the other side so we can get their perspective of what they see when they see us. And he tells us
Yeah.
all the time how inspiring we are to them. And they are learning through us what it's like to have a life and have an experience and to learn in that way, you know?
And I think the only group that I've talked to as a collective was a group of light beings.
Yeah. Like
And
planes.
no, they're just light. I don't know what they are. They've been coming here and there,
Yes.
and they're just light beings. They're just light,
Yeah.
but I can hear their voices, and there's many of them. Um, I don't know. It's almost like their name is like Kala something. And I talked to them I've been talking to them a lot lately, and they're like really light energy. and it's like I'm talking to more than one. But I've only done that since like since I've been talking to that one in the portal. Remember
Yeah,
on the mountain,
yeah.
and that's the same being. I've been talking to them, and they're not just. It doesn't feel like one person. It feels like I don't know a collective of people. I've never really asked them about that, or even what their name was. I think I might
Well,
have, and I forgot.
a lot of them tell us, tell the channeler, the whoever it is, the Lee Harris, the Lee Carroll, the Suzanne Geismans, they tell us, you name us, you call us whatever you want to call us. We're just a collective of all sorts of beings. Some have had living experiences and some haven't ever. And some are angelic and have never been human, and some are galactic. So there's a whole big mix of energies that are all trying to give us information and guidance through a collective. And it's like they said they pull their energy all together and it's like a mind hive thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I don't think I've heard them. I've spoken to them off and on, but it's a group of beings that I don't know. I honestly don't know their name. It was and they keep saying one of many.
Yes, and I hear that a lot too from the different channelers that come on to the like Sarah Landon, um, and what's her name, Kim, somebody. They talk
I think
about.
that I think their names are the Compodiums.
Mhm.
I don't know but that I asked the name and I got Compodiums.
Well, I know Lee Harris just said he just named them that because he didn't know what else to call them, and they told him they come and go. They're not all the same energies every time. They're different entities that come in and out of
Yeah,
his consciousness telling him things. And he just gave him a name because it was easier to give him a name. Now, the
yeah.
lady that channels Judah, he evidently gave gave her his name and said, "I am Judah." And then he channels and the ascended master, the angels and the ascended masters come through with him at different times for different messages. And then there's a lady that channels mostly Saint Germain. But Saint Germain has been so many different entities, so many different energies, and he has so many different human experiences that he has, that he can be channeled through different people and have different traits, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
These beings here that I talk to have never been human. They've already stated that.
Well, and Cryan says that's the majority. The majority of them haven't ever been human and have no idea what it must be like. And that's why they have so much admiration for us, is because they can't even imagine what it would be like that, to leave where they are so close to creation, to love. They can't imagine separating themselves from that love they're in to come here and be separated from it.
I did ask him one question and they answered it, and I don't know what the heck that meant. I asked him, I was like, where are you from? We are from the center of the universe.
Huh. So pretty much everywhere then, huh?
I guess.
That's
She said they said the center of the universe were called a compodium.
that's
And
it.
I said, I was like, is it all light? And she goes, yes. And every time I come in contact with them, all I can feel is love and unconditional, universal love.
And that's what all of them say. The ones that channel these bigger groups, they're just
And
so overwhelmed.
they look like they're about 6 to 7 to 8 feet tall, depends on which one, and they're complete light, a white and gold light, just in a humanoid shape.
Hmm.
And had 2 arms and 2 legs and a head, and that was it. It's almost like like I'm looking at a silhouette, but it was white. It was white instead of black.
Well, and I've never had contact with something similar to that. I mean, what I hear is just a collective of voices, except when it's Michael. His is very distinct, and I know it's him. And when Jesus comes, I know it's Jesus. When Metatron comes, I know it's him. And
Yeah,
when Magdalene comes, I know it's her.
this right here is kind of how. Oh, no, not that one. This one's more like it. I see him like that.
Well, that's cool.
They're kind of like that, or like more like. Oh, there's a good one. You see that one right there?
Yeah, yeah,
That's how I see them, but they look a little bit taller, like almost like a tall gray or something.
yeah,
But it looks like they look like that white figure.
yeah.
And I see them all the time. Whenever I have like something very deep, like the messages I've gotten and I've written down, every one of those messages came from them.
The ones that gave you the pictures.
Yeah, the one I showed you a picture of, they're the
Mhm.
ones that gave me like the 6 page essay, and they're the ones that they're also the ones that anytime they got like a big message, they have me write it, and I remember it and I write it down. They say remember this, and I wrote them down, and I gotta find it again. But yeah,
Yeah.
they're the ones that give me the long ass messages. It's like the third time they've done that. Whenever there's this long ass message, they show up.
Well, and
Like the one about the
when I get those
omnipresence and
when I get those very long messages, they're generally like a automatic writing, a channeling in writing. Or I'll start talking and they just take over and start talking for me.
when I look at when I was sitting on a mountain or kneeling on a mountain or whatever I am on a mountain and they're looking at me and I'm looking at them, it's like I hear the words in my head but I don't see their mouth moving.
Right.
It's almost like a psychic link,
Yeah.
but they say a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the ones where humans are an omnipresence and this a presence, a multiverse presence. Yeah.
Well, something that Robin said to me the other night kind of alarmed me a little bit. You know, Osceola was saying that um, when he channeled, he was saying specifically to me that there are satellites that are influencing people to think and see and think they are messages from the divine when they're not.
Right.
And that was a little alarming because I don't know. I think I'm pretty positive I can tell. I would be able to tell if it was from my people or if it was from an artificial satellite, some kind of governmental control thing.
Yeah.
I think I would be able to tell. So I don't know that I don't know. I wasn't sure about all that. But that doesn't mean that they're not influencing other people. And that's why so many are getting such different messages.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Did Maya fell asleep?
Probably. I'm fixing to go to sleep.
All right. We'll call it a night.
I enjoyed it and thank you for the reading.
No problem.
I think we had
And
some
my
good
dog
talk.
gets up. Oh, we did.
And I feel a lot more clear about
That's great.
things that I've been worrying about. And I'm trying really hard not to worry about things. I just don't want to be worried.
Right.
I just want to be calm and go with the flow. You know, maybe I should
Yeah,
go
go with the
hiking
flow.
tomorrow. I don't know.
Might be good for you.
Get out in nature, except Dinosaur Valley doesn't seem very naturey to me.
You see all the dragons.
Maybe I should go look for my dragon in Dinosaur Valley.
Well, he may like it.
I don't know, Diane. I gotta figure out something though, because it's something he loves so much, and I have just been so dismissive of it. I feel like I need to be more connected to him with some of his interests.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he's not ever gonna connect to any of my interests if I'm not willing to be interested in anything he's doing.
That's
Right.
true.